and those specifically invited to attend will be participating in the Zoom. For members of the public, that wish to observe this meeting, that's being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. It will also be recorded for viewing after this meeting is concluded. We're broadcasting the audio of the meeting on the legislature's website, www.legislature.maine.gov. My primary ground rule is, again, I assume from this standpoint, we've extended an invitation to be a guest in one another's homes, and we just keep that in mind through our workings here this morning. Also, for those folks that are going to testify, there is a so-called transition period. So when you're called in to testify, you might go into limbo there momentarily, and we'll do the best we can to get you on board. And working with our committee clerk, we'll try to do the best we can to iron out any electronic issues that you may encounter. That said, I'm going to introduce the committee, or give them an opportunity to introduce themselves. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I am the state senator in Senate District 34 down here in York County. With us this morning, I have Senator Woodsum, please.
Thank you. Dave Woodsum, District 33 in York County.
Thank you. And Representative Crockett?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Thank you. Representative Lyman?
Good morning. I apologize. I'm trying to get electricity to my iPad, but I'm Representative Sheila Lyman, 74J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. And good luck with that power issue. Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Dave McCray. I live in Fort Fairfield up in the center of Aroostook County. I represent District 148, which is currently comprised of 9 communities. And good morning to everybody.
Thank you. Representative Millette.
Good morning. I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Good morning. I'm Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. Representative Stearns.
Good morning. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which is located in Piscataquis County.
Thank you. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Heidi Sampson, representing the good people of House District 21, Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you. And Representative Dodge.
Mr. Chair, it looks like she is still having issues connecting to audio. So I'm trying to work that out.
She's with us. We'll give folks, there are some folks that may join us at various times. The committee members could be testifying in other areas as well. So as they do join the meeting and we have an opportunity to do so, I'll give them a chance to introduce themselves. In the meantime, our first order of business is a public hearing on LD, let's make sure I do them in the right order. I wrote them down, all right, I have LD 1816, which is an act to promote labor education through the University of Maine system. And I will call that public hearing to be open at this point. And our first person up this morning, good morning, sir, how are you?
Good morning, Senator. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. The floor is yours, sir.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, who I will talk to later for not being present during my testimony. I'll have to hang that over his head for a bit. And distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Ryan Fecto, and I represent part of my hometown of Biddeford, and I have the distinct honor of serving as Speaker of the Maine House. Today, I am proud to present LD 1816, an act to promote labor education through the University of Maine system. The positive impact of organized labor within Maine cannot be understated. However, the deep labor history here in Maine is often overlooked. From pushing for workplace safety to fighting for fair wages for Mainers, organized labor has helped to make Maine a safer and more equitable state in the workplace and elsewhere. Much of this work benefited Franco-American Mainers like my family, who immigrated from Quebec to work in places like the textile mills here in my hometown of Biddeford. When they arrived in Maine, these working class Franco-Americans faced treacherous and sometimes deadly working conditions, low wages, long hours, and child labor. Labor unions gave these new Mainers a unified voice and allowed them to advocate for workplace regulations that continue to benefit our state's workers. While Maine's major industries have changed and our workforce demographics have diversified, the critical work of organized labor continues into today. The workplace advances championed by organized labor have benefited working people across Maine, whether part of a union or not. There is, however, a clear need for deeper workforce research in our state. This bill would allow the university system to build upon the work that is already being done at the Bureau of Labor Education, otherwise known as BLE, by creating a new labor center at the University of Southern Maine, USM. This will enhance the state's research capacity and will benefit both Maine students and researchers, as well as policymakers like us and the private sector as they look for proven, research-based strategies for workforce development. While such a center would be new to Maine, a labor education center is not a new concept. Similar centers exist at state universities across the country, and these centers are able to undertake tailored, state-specific research projects. For example, the Labor Center at UMass Amherst recently completed a survey of frontline workers' pandemic safety concerns, while UC Berkeley's Labor Center has undertaken significant research into the workforce impacts of California's green economy. Imagine the possibilities that could exist here in Maine with a robust, engaged labor education center. One can envision such a center examining the workforce changes in mill towns facing de-industrialization, or studying the working conditions of Maine fishermen impacted by climate change. The actions of researchers are amplified when their work is deployed through education and engagement. That is why this center will also include a community-based education division to provide resources related to labor education and outreach. Since this center will be based at the University of Southern Maine, the center will be able to provide geographic balance to the program's current offerings at the university, at the Orono-based BLE. This legislation would also name the center after the late labor historian Charles Scantris. For over 4 decades, Professor Scantris documented the rich history of Maine's workers. Much of that work was done in his role as a professor and researcher at the University of Maine's BLE. From the first strike of Maine fishermen in 1636 to the impact of deindustrialization on Maine's economy, Professor Scantris studied centuries of Maine labor history, and he remains a role model for labor researchers across Maine and the country. I cannot think of a better way to honor his legacy than with the creation of the Scantris Labor Center. Finally, I would like to offer a brief amendment to this bill. The amendment makes 2 minor changes based on feedback that I received from the University of Maine system. First, it would specifically direct the Board of Trustees of UMS to establish and name the USM-based center. Second, this amendment instructs the center to work with both the UMS president and provost and ensures that it will operate under Board of Trustees policies and collective bargaining agreements. These are technical changes, and I'm sure the university system would be able to address any questions related to this specific amendment. With that, in conclusion, I thank you all for your consideration. I look forward to working with this committee during the course of the session, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Speaker Fecto. Any questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, sir. Thank you very much for being with us this morning.
Thank
Good
you.
luck with this
Appreciate
as we
it.
Move forward. Have a good day. Next up is I believe, is Cynthia Finney. And Cynthia will be followed by Diana Scontris and Joan Ferrani Mundy. Good morning. I think you're muted.
Thank you. The auto controls get me every time.
Not a problem.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name's Cynthia Finney, and I'm the president of the Maine AFL-CIO, a labor federation representing 160 union affiliates and representing 40,000 workers across the state of Maine. We support LD 1816, which seeks to expand labor education in Maine, as we've already heard, and to honor the life's work of Maine's late great labor historian, Dr. Charlie Scontris. It'll strengthen labor education by increasing the capacity of the University of Maine Bureau of Labor Education and by establishing a labor and community education center at the University of Southern Maine. I want to take a moment to thank Ryan Lowe, Samantha Warren, and the University of Maine system for their willingness to engage in early conversations around this bill, for sharing input, and we look forward to ongoing engagement. Maine's excellent community college system trains workers to do jobs in a wide variety of occupations that keep our state running, as do many successful apprenticeship programs. That's very different from the university, where missions include outreach, public service, scholarship, creative activity, and civic participation, as well as building intellectual and cultural capacity. But to many who are not connected to higher education to some direct way, college and university campuses can be almost like a foreign city, and much or all of what happens there does not intersect with their everyday lives or even appear accessible. This initiative envisions working people in Maine not simply in their roles within an economic, but as citizens, participating in visioning and creating the future of their lives, their communities, and our state. It sees a role for the university in extending to the wider community, and specifically to the community of Maine's working class, the research, intellectual, and creative resources that can flourish in an academic environment. As such, it also envisions connecting the University of Maine to a larger segment of Maine's population. Labor extensions at universities in other states provide vital programming specifically aimed at the needs and desires of working populations of those states. They provide labor-focused research and programming for the general public and workers in particular about labor history, the culture of working people, workers' rights, and more. They train working people to be leaders in their organizations and communities. They provide and help build a perspective on world and local events through a lens of worker experience, and delivered in ways designed to reach and engage community members outside of academia. The Bureau of Labor Education, located at the University of Maine in Orono, has long served Maine's unions, and we have worked closely with them over many years on many projects. But due to capacity and focus, we have also engaged the services of labor extension from universities in other states for programs and services not available in Maine. This bill strengthens the BLE with additional funds, and it also creates a more outward community-facing center at USM, thus reaching more of Maine's population. Despite the myriad functions that have moved online as the pandemic has seized Maine, to many of the people in our organizations, the world is not virtual and geography still matters. On behalf of our 40,000 members, I urge you to support LD 1816 so we can honor the memory and work of Dr. Charlie Scontris and his contributions to our understanding of the history and full role of Maine's people, as well as to strengthen and enhance labor education for all Mainers. We'd be happy to share a more detailed vision for the Labor and Community Education Center for your work session, if that would be helpful. I've also submitted slightly more extensive written comments and would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Representative McCray has a question.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Ms. Finney, thank you for being here. And I had the feeling at the end that you might have had a couple of key points that you might like to elaborate on if you had the time. So I'll ask you if you have a couple of quick comments to add.
Yeah, I could say another quick thing or two. To make things a little more concrete, one of the specific ways that we've engaged help from outside the state is that currently we're working very closely with Cornell on a really comprehensive research project about how to tackle climate and inequality together as two major problems facing us. And they're doing deep research for us, and our goal is to ensure that we create highest quality jobs as we seek to decarbonize and transition our economy. And this project's also included numbers of educational briefings with workers to fully understand the impacts both of climate change and of transitions that might be considered, and to invite workers to develop a vision on how to address it. That's just one example of the ways that we've used labor extension from other states.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, folks, at this time? And not seeing any, Ms. Finney, I just want to say thank you for being here. Thanks for your testimony. And again, good luck with this moving forward.
Thank you, and appreciate your consideration of this important bill.
Next, I have Diana Scontris. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Diana Scontris. I am the daughter of Charles Scontris. So mine is an emotional support of Bill LD 1816 to honor my father, his legacy, and his passion for history and education. I heard a quote the other morning that really reminded me of him. The past may have forgotten about us, but we must never forget about the past. My entire life, my father was always researching and writing about the history of labor in Maine. He was a living library of knowledge. He was once quoted as saying, "As long as individuals see themselves as autonomous creatures, self-contained and totally disconnected from the larger social and historical context, they'll never truly understand who they are. But if they look over their shoulder, they'll see the shadows of people who preceded them and help explain who they are." The working conditions we have today, so many of us take for granted, but we can thank the early collective union efforts for those. My father brought all those stories to life. LD 1816 will ensure that my father's great body of knowledge is expanded upon and passed on to future generation of Maine workers so that they have a deeper understanding of who they are and the collective power they have to make the world a better place for all working people. My father taught at the university for over 35 years. He retired in 1997, but he never stopped teaching. For the next 25 years, he volunteered and devoted his time to the BLE to continue his research, continue writing books, timelines, countless articles for newspapers across the state. He even started using social media to get the word out on historical tidbits, as he would call them, or random thoughts, or just to give support and advice where needed. We would want his work to be continued, helping the working class, the unions, non-unions, educate them on their rights, safe working conditions, living wages, fair practices, and so on. So on behalf of myself, my brother, my aunt, and our extended family, we hope that this bill is passed. Thank you.
Thank you. And folks, do we have any questions of Ms. Scontris at this time? Again, seeing no hands raised. Ms. Scontris, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for the
sharing
opportunity.
Thoughts. Good luck with this moving forward.
Thank you.
Next up is Joan Farini Mundy, and Joan will be followed by Vinnie O'Malley.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee. I'm Joan Farini Mundy. I'm the president of the University of Maine and our regional campus in Machias. I'm here today representing the University of Maine system, for which I also serve as Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation. I want to thank this committee for its ongoing support and engagement of our public universities, We continue to face extraordinary financial challenges while we work to hold the line on tuition for Maine students and operate one of higher education's oldest physical plants in the nation. Our priorities are strategically focused on addressing the core needs of our mission to meet our obligations to students, to employees, and to the people of Maine that can be supported by enrollment and participation projections and that can ensure capacity to compensate our faculty and staff fairly. As a land-grant university, UMaine is proud of its long history providing education, research, and public service statewide that recognizes, supports, and empowers working Mainers. In the 1960s, with an appropriation from this legislature, the Bureau of Labor Education was established at UMaine to provide education and training to working Mainers, both organized and unorganized. And to this day, we take pride that it provides access to knowledge and resources for understanding and productively dealing with work-related challenges and opportunities under ever-changing labor law and conditions. We very much appreciate Speaker Fecto's support of the BLE and of working people, including those employed by our public universities. With directed funding, we could sustain, expand, and enhance that support statewide. The very thoughtful proposal to honor one of our outstanding University of Maine faculty researchers, Dr. Charles Scontris, is so greatly appreciated by the university community. We thank you. And Diana, what wonderful words to hear from your father. Given workforce shortages, our commitment to addressing longstanding inequalities and the changing world of work, human resources, and labor relations accelerated by this pandemic, the role of the University of Maine Bureau of Labor Education remains critically important to advancing inclusive opportunity, social dignity, and mobility for all Mainers. I thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today and for your ongoing support. I look forward to your questions. We look forward to working with Maine AFL-CIO and others to move forward with these ideas.
Thank you very much. I have a question from Representative Crockett, please.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome President Farini Mundy once again. Just of course, one, this is an awesome idea. And I'm also very excited that it's down here and obviously in the Portland area where so much business activity exists. My question is, would this center be independent or would it be part of the business curriculum at USM?
Thank you very much for your question. We're very early in the discussions about how this would look. And so that is a question that we, of course, would consider. As a system, we're working increasingly with our unified accreditation to partner and collaborate across universities and, of course, within universities. Here at the University of Maine, the Bureau of Labor Education has 2 specific online labor studies courses and then collaborates very closely with our School of Business, with the Department of Economics and other groups. So as we would work together across the system to design this, I'm sure we would seek an interdisciplinary set of connections.
Thank you, President. That's wonderful news. Just seems like it's a real natural connection between the 2 programs.
Thank you both. Any additional questions for President Farini Mundy? Seeing none, just want to say thank you for being here. We appreciate you, your work and being here this morning. Good luck with this bill as it moves forward.
Thank you very much.
Next up is
Joe's coming back.
somebody's sabotaging my morning here. I'm not sure who it is. Mr. O'Malley, thank you very much. Jan, did you pass on your woes to me? Did you somehow? No. We're okay. Mr. O'Malley, thank you and sorry for the disruption.
No, thank you very much. There's not enough chuckling going on these days, and so we could get a little relief. It's good to smile about it. Soon we'll be off these infernal Zooms. Yeah, my name is Vinny O'Malley. I live in Portland, Maine. I'm sorry. Chairman Rafferty and the illustrious members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, thank you for allowing me to have a few minutes to comment on LD 1816. I'll try to be brief, but being Irish, that sometimes is problematic. I live here in Portland, Maine. I've been a member of my local International Longshoremen Association, Local 861, since the early 1970s. I'm still an active member. My father, who was an Irish immigrant, joined in the 1920s. And so we've been on the Portland waterfront for close to 100 years. And the Benevolent Society, affiliated with the International Longshoremen in 1950, they got their charter in 1880. That was prior to the beginning of the unions. There was no workers' compensation. There were no insurance. There were no safety protocols. There was no OSHA. And it was a benevolent society, and therefore they had to take care of each other. There was a sick committee, there was a death benefits committee. There was people who took care of each other. So many of the members, the earliest members of that benevolent society were Irish, many of them from poor rural backgrounds. Some of them couldn't read or write. And so there were people who were able to explain the contract or safety regulations or whatever. And that continues to this day. When Charlie found out that I was a member of that local, he said, Vinny, you got to make sure that you save the history of that. And we did. Some of us got together and are from 1880 to 1923, the minutes and important documents are now reside at the Maine Historical Society. And I think later on, you'll be hearing from my good friend, Mike Connolly, who wrote a book about our local called Seated by the Sea. And I'm very, very proud of that. But, many of you are probably familiar with the Samuel Gompers quote, and I'll try not to mess it up too much. But Samuel Gompers, who was the first head, I don't know if he was president at the time, of the American Federation of Labor in the 1880s. And he said, when asked, what does labor want? He said, we want more schoolhouses and less jails, more books and less arsenals, more learning and less vice, more leisure and less greed, more justice and less revenge. In fact, more of the opportunities to cultivate our better natures. And I really believe that 1816, the LD 1816 will absolutely provide the forum to accomplish the opportunity to cultivate our better natures. I've been incredibly fortunate over the years to be able to work in organized labor and be involved in the education and training of workers over the years, union counselor training, health and safety training, OSHA training, hazardous waste, workers' compensation, unemployment, substance abuse, all of those issues, all of those areas are areas that I was very lucky to be able to work with, had the privilege to spend times with workers who were motivated to learn more about these subjects. I also had the distinct pleasure to be part of the graduating class of 2000 of the National Labor College. Tens of thousands of workers from all over the world received their undergraduate degrees studying at the former George Meany Center for Labor Studies. I believe that when workers are given the time and the opportunity to learn more about their workplaces, their communities, and all the issues that affect them and their families, they respond aggressively. I know the idea of participating in an actual classroom with others, learning cooperatively about the issues of the day seems quaint in these hellacious times, but this too shall pass. And I hope to be there the day we cut the ribbon on the Charles Scontras Labor Education Center and begin another chapter in labor history here in Maine. I thank you very much for this opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. O'Malley. Any questions, folks, from the committee members at this time? I'm not seeing any, sir, but thank you very much for your testimony and being here with us. And
thank you.
Good luck with this moving forward. Michael Hilliter is up next, and Mike will be followed by President Grace Levitt of MEA. Good morning, Michael.
There we go. Good morning to all. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the distinguished senators and representatives today about LD 1816, an act which honors the late Charlie Scontris, who, by the way, I consider to have been both a good friend and good colleague. I'm a professor of economics at the University of Southern Maine, where I've taught for more than 35 years. I'm a published Maine labor historian as well. And I've worked closely and directly with state AFL-CIO to help design this proposed center. Just for context, what this new center at USM would do is to create a balance, or at least work towards a balance in community-facing education by the university system. As you know well, USM, Orono, and other schools have large business schools, but no labor school. And it's also the case that in most universities, state universities in the country, labor and community extension is a common institutional practice. In doing research to try and come up with a design for this, we centered on a kind of more modern and contemporary model of labor and community education that focuses very broadly on the entire working class and not just union members. I want to make that distinction up front. I want to address why USM, and I think the answers are somewhat obvious, but worth saying. First of all, USM is in the heart of the overall Maine labor force. Anything that would be done to beef up the Bureau of Labor Education in Orono alone doesn't create access to labor education for workers in the Southern Maine community. That's why I'm proud that we've renewed a strong working relationship with what would hopefully be a strengthened Bureau of Labor Education, and would see the USM Scontris Center and the BLE collaborating very closely and productively. The Labor and Community Education Center would be focused on offering economic and historical education to workers who normally would not find themselves in a formal university setting, and would also provide multiple opportunities for workforce development. And one thing I would stress is the opportunity to do trainings on diversity, equity, inclusion, and to do outreach to new Americans who are an important part of the Southern Maine labor force. The kind of topics that we would develop a curriculum for that would be taught by trained academics in the labor field include enrichment and empowerment on topics like labor law, labor history, labor and citizenship. My own particular passion, which is the location of the worker and the economy, both at the macroeconomic level and the labor market. And if you've been paying attention to the world around us, those are very hot button topics now, but they are actually perennially. That this center could conduct research and also offer public lectures on hot button topics, which includes everything from gig work, work during COVID, access to childcare, understanding the world of contemporary issues in retail employment, which is often low wage, to understand better gig and precarious work, which is a proliferating low wage part of our economy. And the thing that I'm excited to do if this center comes into fruition is that I, in particular, because of the stage of career and the kind of research and scholarship I do, I'm very well connected to leading experts nationally in relevant fields, workforce and labor relations experts that are centered at PhD programs at MIT, Cornell, and Rutgers, and I'm very well networked with folks there, also scholars in the labor and working class history field and labor economists per se. So meaning that I have access to a large body of the leading national experts in these fields, and especially in the era of Zoom, it'd be very easy to bring a very rich array of the best experts in the country to be educating workers, again, outside of the normal context of an academic program at USM. To conclude, I'd say that creating a center like this, which is a bit of a unicorn. We have small centers at USM and other universities that are not typical academic programs, so there's precedent for doing this, but it's a little bit different than just having an economics department. But I'd say this center would be deeply consistent with USM's mission of being a community-facing and community-engaged university. I want to reiterate that we would collaborate closely with the Bureau of Labor Education at UMaine Orono, and we've already explored ways in which we can develop a division of labor to share resources and activities. I will say that in the ethos of the bill, if not the full letter of the law, we would seek as many enriched collaborations with on-campus academic programs like the aforementioned business school to beef up a labor studies minor that we have at USM, but we don't have much faculty for, and try and do as much to integrate with the academic side as possible. So let me finish by saying that I'm really glad to hear that this bill has the support of Speaker Fecto and President Farini Mundi of University of Maine Orono. I ask you to support making a lasting investment for Maine's workers in the state for years going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions of Mr. Hillard while he's here? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony and your continued work at the university system. Have a great day. And
you too.
Next up is President Levitt. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Rafferty and members of the Education Cultural Affairs Committee. It's good to see you all. Again, it's been a while. My name is Grace Levitt. I'm a Spanish teacher on leave serving as president of the Maine Education Association, which represents nearly 24,000 educators in our Maine system of public education, from pre-K right on through our institutions of higher learning, and also many retired educators. And I'm speaking on behalf of these members in full support of LD 1816. You've heard over the past 2 years, 2+ years now, as this pandemic has continued, that many, many more people have become aware of the inequities in our society that have existed for far too long and that have been exacerbated by COVID. It has also become clear to many just how much we all rely every day on the workers that have continued to provide us with a wide range of needs, despite facing risks to themselves while doing so, and despite being impacted by the aforementioned inequities to a greater extent than many of us are. This certainly has been the case for MEA members, not only the teachers, but especially the support staff that have provided for our students in Maine throughout this experience. It is definitely the case for those who provide many other types of services across our state. Our communities, as well as the workers themselves, would benefit greatly from an increased knowledge of the history of labor, of the issues workers face, as well as from training programs and workshops. This would benefit all of us in our state in helping to keep the economy of Maine growing stronger. The additional funds for the Bureau of Labor Education, along with the funding for the establishment and maintaining of the Dr. Charles A. Scontris Labor Center at USM that this LD will provide, will help ensure that these important and valuable educational programs and resources are available for all. MEA urges you to vote ought to pass on LD 1816. Passage of this legislation will be of great benefit to all of us in our state, and as our current situation has made all too clear, this is a need we need to address now and going forward. I thank you all for your time on this important work and all the other things that you are working on. I'll see you later on another LD. I'm glad to answer any questions, but I know others have provided you with a lot more information already, and I know you have other people to listen to as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, President Levitt. I don't see any hands up, so we're going to let you go. We'll see you shortly, but thank you for being here this morning.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Take care.
Well, before we continue, I do have a committee member has come on board. I'm going to give Senator Daughtry an opportunity to introduce herself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Senator Maddie Daughtry, and I represent Senate District 24, which are the communities of Brunswick, Harpswell, Freeport, North Yarmouth, and Pownell. I apologize for being late, but I had a prior meeting, but excited to be here with all of you.
And also Representative Dodge, my apologies, I didn't think of that. I know you've been kind of in and out and had some technical difficulties, but give you a chance to say hello.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jan Dodge. I represent House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good morning, and I apologize for my technical difficulties.
No apologies there. We've all experienced them. So In any case, thank you, folks. And we're going to continue with our testimony. Following President Levitt, we have, and sorry if I butcher the enunciation of this name, but is it Anam Jabber? And after that would be Ben Waxman and Erica Rodriguez. Good morning. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning for having me. Okay, good. Okay, good. Good morning, Representative Brennan, Senator Rafferty, and members of Education Committee. My name is Anam Jabber. I live in Portland, and I'm speaking in support of LD 1816. I would like to share a bit of my story with you. I think, yeah, this is good. Yeah, this is my picture. I think it's make a strong case for this bill, especially the viable role that a labor education and the USM Labor Center could play for the immigrant workers. I'm from Iraq. After the war, 2003, fearing from our life from Qaeda, my family moved to Jordan. Life was very difficult there, and it was very hard to provide our children with the good education and good life. In 2008, we eventually came to the US. And in 2009, we moved to Maine. We moved here for a better life for our 3 children. At first, it was very difficult and very hard for the culture between 2 kinds from Middle Eastern and in here in US. The language is hard, and the weather also is different between Maine and my country. Is very hot weather. We quickly learned English from me and my husband in adult education, and getting a job helped feel feel normal. I started off working as a housekeeping in a hotel in Portland. For the last 6 years, I've worked at America Root in a union job as a member of USW Local 366, making American-made sweatshirt, clothing, and masks during COVID. At America Roots, I worked stitching for 3 years and as a floor leader. And now I help interview and training immigrant workers who work there. I've loved working at America Roots. We are family, and it has been very helpful to have a union job with a decent pay benefit and paid sick time. I work with the immigrants for all over the world. I support LD 1860 because the labor center at USM would be very helpful for immigrant workers. Many immigrant workers don't know their rights in the workplace. Immigrant workers don't always know if we are allowed paid breaks. We don't know how to get into the training or partnership program. We don't know the history of workers here. Many immigrants have to work and they want to continue learning this kind of worker education for immigrants would be very helpful. Now, today my daughter is going to finish her master in Boston College. My other son, the oldest, he finished IT and he lived in Bedford. My other son, he opened recently a restaurant in Portland with his marking degree from USM. My good union job and life in this country has made that possible. I feel happy every time my children thank us for making this decision to come here. Immigrant workers are a key part of Maine future. I want other immigrants to have this opportunity. I have it here. LD 1816 could play a small part in helping immigrant workers succeed. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Any questions for Ms. Jabber at this time? Yes, Representative Crockett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
I think I heard you say that your son is going to be graduating from Boston College master's program. Was that correct?
Yes, my daughter. Yes.
Your daughter. And just want to let you know, I am a graduate of the Boston College MBA program and would love to connect with your daughter if it's convenient for her.
Yes, thank you so much. I will let her know. This is good to maybe support her. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Well, thank you for being here today. We appreciate you taking the time to testify, and you have a good day.
Thank you so much, Rafti. Thank you so much for all. Thank you.
Next up is Ben Waxman, and Ben will be followed by Erica Rodriguez and Evan Clean.
Morning, Chairman Rafferty, Senator Rafferty. Thank you, Representative Brennan, for having me. Point of privilege, I just want to thank Representative Salisbury for all the work she does for the community where our company, American Roots, is, as well as my friend and I like to call a family member, Anam Jabir, who just testified. Anam, for the record, was our first employee that walked into our factory 7 years ago, the company American Roots Wear, that my wife, Whitney Waxman, and I started in Portland, that makes 100% American-made, union-made clothing. We've shipped around the world, around the country. Anam was our first employee. She's the head of the union. She's really the heart and soul of the company. Since then, we've watched our workers buy homes. We've watched our workers put kids through college. We've watched some of our workers retire. And all of that has been with a union card in their back pocket. They're all proud members of USW Local 366. And I just want to talk on the current LD 1816 that I'm speaking in support of, and the late Charlie Scontris. Our company was founded with a basic principle to provide good paying union jobs in the community, in the state, in the country we love. We have grown from 900 square feet to nearly 40,000 square feet in the Dana Wart Mill in Westbrook, Maine. We started as a bootstrap company, and we are still a bootstrap company. But our company is run and built because of the people who punch a clock every day. When the pandemic hit in 2020, it was our workforce, which was 82% new American and immigrant workers to this country, chose to walk into the factory on March 15th and transition our factory from making sweatshirts and jackets like the one I'm wearing to producing over 1.5 million reusable masks and 1 million face shields. Those were used by our frontline workers, by state employees here in the state of Maine, public school teachers, police, fire, nurses, etc. Those workers risk their lives every day prior to having vaccine access to produce PPE for our fellow citizens. That is something that needs to be talked about and celebrated in any workplace, that working people were the ones who have kept this country going from the beginning and will continue to keep this country going in the future. Like all workers, our workers need the opportunity to continue to be lifelong learners. An educated workforce and a healthy workforce is a productive workforce. It is a productive society. When we don't invest in education and in the health of our workforce as people, we go backwards. And if there is any proof in that, it is the times we're living in. And I'll leave it at that. The more educated we are as a society, the better we are as a society. So I stand in full support of LD 1816, and I hope that the Charlie Scontris School is opened at the University of Southern Maine. I am a proud USM dropout, which I will say, and I did promise my father, as I'm the only son of his who has not graduated from college, that someday I will finish there. So as a proud Mainer and as a proud owner, co-owner of American Roots, and for our workforce, I stand in support of this, and I hope that all workers in the state of Maine have the opportunity to continue their lifelong learning process at a school like this. I thank you and yield my time.
Mr. Waxman, thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony, but congratulations to you and your wife. And we wish you success in terms of your continued business here in the state. But any questions at this time? I do have a hand up from Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I apologize. Not so much a question. I just wanted to give a shout out, not only to Ben, but to his entire family. I got to know his parents well when my oldest son played basketball with his younger brother at Portland High. And I actually got to play a lot of basketball with his brother, Adam, who is one of the best players we've ever seen in the state of Maine. But more importantly, what Ben and his wife have done at Maine Roots is absolutely phenomenal. And we as legislators here in Maine couldn't be more proud of the work you've done. And we just want to give you a huge, huge thank you for everything.
That means a lot, Representative Crockett. And again, if I could just comment, Chairman Rafferty, on one thing, an anecdote of the spirit of Maine workers was on March 15th, we asked our workers to come into the factory after we'd shut down, like most of the state. And 82% of our workforce were new Americans and immigrants to this country. The country was shut down. Nobody knew what was happening in one of the most divisive times in our country's history. And when Whitney and I asked who would be willing to come back to work, produce masks and face shields, not one hand went up, every single hand went up. And they walked back into that factory the next day. And I get emotional talking about it, but our workers are the reason our company has gone forward. I just want to thank Representative Crockett for your support and your kind words. And I'll pass that along to the workforce. Go Bulldogs.
Bulldogs and Eagles with him. But in any case, Mr. Waxman, thank you very much. It's obvious that your passion comes through in your statements, and it's credit to you and your wife, and continued success moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Erica Rodriguez, and Erica will be followed by Evan Clean and Susie Young.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Erica Rodriguez. I'm a postdoctoral fellow in public humanities at the University of Maine at Farmington, and I'm speaking in support of LD 1816. Strengthening labor studies in our communities is fundamentally a question of democracy. People cannot have a deliberate say in their societies or governance without an understanding of the mechanisms by which their rights and responsibilities came into existence. Even so, labor history is not widely taught in K-12 or in higher education. As historian Stud Sturkle put it, working people themselves have no understanding of their past, no idea where the minimum wage or the 8-hour day came from. There is no past. In this sense, an act to promote labor education is essentially an act to dignify the knowledge created by past workers and to further democratize the experiences of current and future workers. In my decade of teaching at the university level, I have seen that one crucial benefit of education is that it provides ways to make sense of one's circumstances. For this reason, offering a sustained labor education to students and the public has the potential to shape the future of Maine's workforce in at least two ways. First, because workers, organizers, and stakeholders who understand labor history could respond to future challenges, even crises, with a shared understanding of their agency and of the major problems facing working people. Notably, one of the uncontrovertible strengths of this act is that it will fund workshops to address developing issues as they're happening in real time, right? A second way in which this act has the potential to shape the horizon of our state's workforce is by improving retention at the University of Maine system. I am a first-generation scholar from a working-class background. My parents are immigrants and worked in factories. And the field of labor studies, more than any other discipline, is what made me feel that I belonged in the university and that my family's experiences were meaningful, not only personally to me, but also culturally meaningful, and that they were embedded in a social fabric that was also mine. Like me, roughly half of UMS students are first generation. And studies in the learning sciences show that this feeling of belonging is crucial in retaining first generation students, which at the nationwide level, we are losing a third of our first generation students within the first year. So this really has it's well positioned to make an impact. In short, this act would contribute to educational equity, which results in a stronger workforce. Finally, I would be remiss not to mention the extent to which this act could benefit the educational sector beyond the University of Southern Maine. As a faculty member, I rely on existing archival collections and recent publications for my students to use as object of analyses, and I like to focus on the local. There are lots of other archives that focus on labor education, but I think having it be Maine specific is really impactful as well. Expanding the Bureau of Labor Education and creating a labor education community center will provide a rich variety of resources and events that public schools and university educators can use in our own curricula. The pandemic has shown that labor dynamics are one of the most pressing and unpredictable issues of our time, and this bill will empower more members of our community to have the necessary skills and knowledge to handle future challenges. So I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1816.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Folks, any questions at this time? Again, seeing none, thank you very much for your time and your testimony here this morning, and good luck with this moving forward. Have a nice day. Evan Kleen is up next. Evan will be followed by Susie Young and then Michael Conley. Good morning.
Morning. Thanks for taking the time to have us here today. Good morning, members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Evan Claney, and I'm a member of IAFF Local 740, Portland Firefighters Union, and I am here testifying in support of LD 1816. So as you know by now, this bill would help develop a labor education center at USM. And while there are many reasons I support this idea, I will focus on a few main ones. One thing that has come to my mind repeatedly while thinking about this is the imbalance of education when my union goes to the negotiating table with our employer. I am extremely proud of the work my union has been able to do for our members, and we are lucky to have some incredibly bright minds at work, both in our everyday work and our union work. Many of these bright minds have not attended a university, so much of this knowledge has had to be self-taught. So I have to wonder that what we could accomplish if my union and others in Maine had the support of and access to a labor education center at a university. To me, education and lifelong learning is always a positive thing and is necessary to have an engaged and informed group of citizens and workers. I also feel we need to learn about our history in order to make good decisions about our future. I hope you will support LD 1816, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Clean. Any questions of this time of folks from the committee? Again, seeing none, sir, thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you.
Appreciate your work with the firefighters as well. Good luck moving forward. So next up is Susie Young. Susie will be followed by Michael Conley and then Linda Dean. Good morning. Ms. Young, you may be muted. Susie, I think you might be muted.
Yep, I have it. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Susie Young, and I'm a staff member at Food and Medicine and Brewer. I am here to testify in support of LD 1816. Dr. Charles Gondras was one of the most influential men in my life. I was one of the few who were lucky enough to call him Uncle Charlie. He was more than just a professor at the University of Maine and a labor historian. He was a true educator in life, often unknowingly or unintentional. He always planted a seed in any conversation with him. He always had something to contemplate and think about long after. Even as young children, he would entice us to think about the wonders of the world through curiosity, observing, and researching. His mind never stopped wondering, questioning, or researching, and he always encouraged others to do the same. As a young child, Uncle Charlie and Aunt Joe and the kids would come to visit my grandparents. His dedication to his family and education was never ending. Aunt Joe was his biggest supporter, and her never-ending smile was reflected from Uncle Charlie's greatest accomplishments. Uncle Charlie dedicated his life to his research and keeping the history of Maine labor alive. We need to follow his legacy and build the center to be able to continue this work and have this as a valuable resource to the working class of Maine. Working with the unemployed during the pandemic, it has become apparent to me there is a real need in Maine for a labor education center for all Mainers. There needs to be a central place for lifelong learners and the working class to be able to obtain resources as needed. This could be done through the center and to strengthen and expand the Maine Bureau of Labor Education. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to vote to pass LD 1816.
Thank you very much, Ms. Young. We appreciate you being here. Any questions at this time? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for being here and good luck with this moving forward. Next up is Michael Conley. Michael will be followed by Linda Dean and then Sydney Avita Jakes.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, and I'd like to say hello to Representative Mike Brennan when he arrives there. Also, a special greeting to Senator Maddie Daughtry. Her parents put me up when I was a vagabond years ago, a college history student at Boston College with no income and needing a place to stay. And I found that in their lovely home in Bunganuck Landing. So hello to you, Senator. And also a special greeting to my fellow Munjoy Hill Representative Ed Crockett, whose family grew up just a couple of blocks from mine on Munjoy Hill when it was a very different neighborhood from what it is now. It was a solid working class neighborhood. I remember many people saying that they were afraid to come to Munjoy Hill in those years, and the only time we would see them would be on the 4th of July when they'd come to the Eastern Promenade, but I suppose they come these days. My support for LD 1816 stems from my connection with labor history. I am looking out now over the waterfront of Portland, and I see the pilings down there on the waterfront that formerly were the Grand Trunk Terminal, where for many, many years, Canadian grain was shipped via Portland to the major ports of Europe, keeping those countries going and, of course, supporting the economy of Portland. As Paul Stearns would know, at the high point of that, over 1,350 longshoremen, many of whom were Irish and some of them, like my grandfather, first generation, got their source of income from that work. It was very difficult work in those days. The income from the Longshore Union was able to allowed my grandparents' family of 13 to survive on Munjoy Hill. And I suppose gave me a love for unions and a love for the labor movement. That connection, I suppose you could say, continued when I studied in Dublin in the early 1970s. I was at University College Dublin, and for my subject of study, I chose the Irish labor movement in the early 20th century. When I was lucky enough to be accepted at Boston College for my PhD study, even though they wanted me to do work on Mayor James Michael Curley, I had no personal connection to Curley other than our shared Irish background. So I chose the Irish Longshoremen of Portland, Maine. And I was told that if you choose a subject that you love, that your work will never be difficult. It will always be a labor of love. And that was true for me. Eventually that work was published, as Vinnie said, in the work Seated by the Sea by the University Press of Florida. During my research, I was assisted by two people. One was a historian at University of Maine, Orono, Bob Babcock, who had studied the connection between Portland and Canadian ports, and also the connection, again, that I mentioned of the Canadian grain. Eventually, we were able to get the records, voluminous records, of the Portland Longshoremen Benevolent Society housed at Maine Historical Society. Those became, I believe, the first labor records at Maine Historical Society. There are countless business records there, but no labor unions or labor organizations had ever stored their records there. So that was the first, and maybe the first of many. Charlie Scontris, I'm so happy to support this bill because Charlie Scontris, every time he found some tidbit, as he would call them, of information, he would send it my way, whether it dealt with longshoremen or just labor in general. And I was so happy for his support all the way through. So it's very special for me if this bill passes and if the center is named in his honor. When the waterfront of Portland was dilapidated and it looked like there was no future, the business agent of the Longshore Union, Jack Humanick, together with Governor at the time, Joe Brennan, whose father was a longshoreman, were able to keep bits of money going to support the docks. And eventually we know what happened. When AIM-SCIP was looking for a North Atlantic port, they chose Portland, and now that's a thriving business going well into the future. I'll conclude with, if I could, the words of Diana Scontris that I thought were so effective. Her father said, "We have to always look over our shoulders to see the shadows of people who have preceded us." That's what I've tried to do with my study of history, and I think that's what LD 1816 will encourage countless others to do in the future. So thank you all so very much for consideration of this bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Conley. I do have a question from Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question, more of a statement, so beg your indulgence. Just wanted to say hello. My parents send their love, and my mother says that she'll have an Oreo in your honor tonight.
Those Oreo cookies got me through some rough times, I'll have to say. Thank you, Maddie.
Thank you. Representative Crockett.
Like Senator Daughtry, I'll have to apologize for not a question, but just a couple things. This public hearing this morning has been an embarrassment of riches for me, with a rundown memory lane between all my schools and, of course, being a proud Munjoy Hill boy. I just wanted to let you know, Mr. Conley mentioned a book that he had written years ago about obviously the labor movement. I just want to let everybody on this call know he just came out with his first fiction story that is centered around longshoremen in Portland around the 1900s. It's called Murky Overhead, and I've read it. It's absolutely outstanding, and encourage you all to check it out.
Thank you very much for the plug, Ed, from a fellow writer. I appreciate that very much.
Senator Woodson has a question.
No, I have a statement. I would like to keep this hearing on task here and not all these side statements. And I just feel it doesn't necessarily add to the public hearing.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions at this time? Mr. Conley, thank you very much for your testimony here today, and we wish you well. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Next up is Linda Dean, and Linda will be followed by Sydney Avita Jakes and Paul Johnson.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, honorable members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, and a hello to my representative, Sheila Lyman. My name is Linda Dean, lifelong resident of Livermore, retired after 30+ years at the Rumford Paper Mill, a proud member of the United Steelworkers and president of the Western Maine Labor Council. I'm testifying in support of LD 1816. LD 1816 strengthens the Bureau of Labor Education and develops a labor and community education center at USM named in honor of Charlie Scontras. In Maine, working people represent the foundation for our economy, and Charlie dedicated his life to preserving their history so that workers and their communities could benefit from it. The University of Maine Labor of Education was established in 1966, and up until 1999, when budget and personnel cuts began, was the premier in labor education and research. We have more workers in our state than in 1966, but less ability for those workers to gain education to improve their lives by learning about past labor struggles and their rights as workers today. By strengthening the Bureau of Labor Ed and developing a labor and community education center at USM, we can better reach working Mainers across our state with education focused on the most relevant and pressing issues impacting their lives. This would also be a resource for school curriculums introducing students to working class issues that were once taught in our high school history, civic, and social studies classes. Working people in Maine are not only producers of products, but also responsible citizens who deserve the opportunity to pursue a lifelong education that will aid them in understanding the world, our economy, and their rights so that they can make wise and responsible decisions essential to our state's economy and democracy. The roots of the problems we face today can be found in our past. So can the beginnings of the solutions we need for our future. I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1816. Thank you. And sorry about the dog barking. They never barked all the other times today.
That's always the case, but thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions of Ms. Dean at this time, folks? Seeing none, again, thank you for being here today and sharing your time and thoughts. Good luck with this moving forward. Next up is Sydney Avita Jakes. Sydney will be followed by Paul Johnson and then Gary Libby.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and honorable members of the Committee on Education. My name is Sydney Avita Jacques. I'm the Director of Political Education for the Southern Maine Workers Center. We are a member-led organization that uses an innovative mix of community and workplace organizing to improve the lives, working conditions, and terms of employment for working class and poor people in Maine through organizing, education, and advocacy. And I'm happy to be here to support LD 1816. I'd like to start by just sharing how I've personally witnessed Labor Education act as a really illuminating and empowering force for our own members of the Workers' Center. In 2020, I came on board to coordinate a collaborative research study of the political economy. And what that looked like was working for about a year with about 24 Workers' Center members to write a report on the current conditions of workers in Maine, how they came to be, and how what we're experiencing now fits into larger trends in the US and beyond. This was restaurant workers, teachers, nonprofit workers, electricians, healthcare workers, all having the chance to see how the rights that protect us today came to be and how the current struggles of each of our industries fit into the greater challenges and contradictions of our very complicated economy. And by far the most important and standout element of the project was just that each of us was an active participant in writing our own history. A few of us did have formal experience in academic research, but the vast majority did not. And many participants went through a really positive transformation, seeing that each of them had the skills and lived experience to not just grasp, but deeply understand the economy and what Maine is going through right now. As a lot of people have named today, studying our history prepares us to make informed, accurate, and inspired choices about how to grapple with the many complex issues that challenge us today. The pandemic, the precarity of our service-based economy, the struggle of working class Mainers to stay afloat today can all be better addressed if we understand the trends that preceded them. And the USM Labor Education Center will be so vital because it's not only policymakers and academics who will lead the way, but it will be hotel workers, nurses, loggers, students, and all the workers of Maine who build the path forward from here. And that's why we're really excited about the community-based element that the Labor Education Center will have. When poor and working class people participate in writing history, it's more accurate, it's more accessible and equitable, and it better prepares all of us to make smarter decisions together in the future. The last thing I'll mention is just that some of you may know we also have a worker support hotline where any worker in the state can call and ask for support, whether that's legal or support in talking to their coworkers and trying to develop a union if that's what they want to do. And our call volume basically quadrupled in the first months of the pandemic, as you can imagine. And since then, it's been almost 2 years now, the education piece of the way we're able to invite those workers in and offer them support, whatever that looks like to them, education is always a big part of it. And that means talking about how other workers have been successful in advocating for their rights, workers in similar industries who are experiencing similar problems, being able to connect and know that they're not alone for the first time. All of that is labor education, and it's certainly been what's kept us afloat and feeling hopeful during the challenges of the past 2 years. And I know that the USM Labor Education Center will support that. So the Workers Center enthusiastically urges you to support this bill, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your work with the Workers Center. Folks, do we have any questions at this time? Yes, I see a hand up from Representative Salisbury and also Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cindy, if you wanted to, you could share with us that phone number and your information in the chat, and we can share that as we feel appropriate. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Salisbury. Ditto. For your contact information for our personal education and sharing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Salisbury, you have another question? Okay. Any additional questions, folks, at this time? We'll see. Again, thank you very much for your testimony here and for your work with the Workers Center, and good luck moving forward. Next up is Paul Johnson. Paul will be followed by Gary Libby, and then Radu Stoshida. Sorry if I butchered that.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Paul Johnson. I teach at the University of Southern Maine in the School of Social Work, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 1816. One of the courses I teach in the School of Social Work is what we call an Introduction to Social Welfare Policy, which is more of a history class. I think what you've heard this morning would be, from my educational colleagues, will be a wonderful asset to the School of Social Work and a wonderful asset to the University of Southern Maine by bringing in people to take this course. Maybe they could transfer into more academic programs. So I think this is wonderful. The testimony I've heard today has been absolutely outstanding from everybody. And I just want to reinforce that I support this bill, and I hope you do too. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any questions, folks, at this time? Not seeing any, sir. Thank you for your time and your continued work with the university system. Have a good day. Gary Libby is up next. Good morning. You may be muted, sir.
You're right. Good morning to the committee members. I'm seeing that my internet connection may be unstable, so I apologize if for some reason you lose me. My name's Gary Libby. I was raised in Portland in a union
Mr. Libby, we did lose you.
where I spent most of my classwork on labor issues. When I graduated from Duke, I went to work for the Federal Labor Relations Council in Washington. That's an organization that deals with the federal government and its relationship with its unions. In 1974, I came back to Maine as the first attorney for the Maine Human Rights Commission. When I went into private practice in 1976, I soon after became the labor and employment relations lawyer.
Not sure, Mr. Libby, if you can hear me or not, but yes.
Unity. As you may know, the Chinese were the first group, an ethnic group, that was excluded from being able to immigrate into the United States based on its race. Those Chinese who continued to live in the United States were referred to as sojourners because most of them wanted to go back to China. And they were subject to intense racial discrimination while they were here. That racial discrimination also continued among the Chinese community in Maine. The first Chinese came to Maine in 1850.
Sir, your internet has failed again.
Some of them worked in restaurants.
Excuse me, Mr. Libby?
Yes.
Sir, I'm sorry, but your internet is in and out. If it's possible to, while it's working now, if you can get to specific point relative, because we're missing a lot of your information.
Okay. I've done a lot of research, like I said, about the Chinese community in Maine. And I think that this labor center would be very helpful in allowing people who are recent immigrants to get to know the history of the previous immigrants.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, but your internet.
I was helped in my research by Charlie Scontris. Charlie was a source of tremendous information on immigrants and their labor struggles. And I would really urge that a committee vote ought to pass for the labor education at University of Southern Maine. Sorry for the difficulties.
Well, that's indicative of what happens to a lot of us throughout the state. So it's not just you, but thank you for being here. I'm sorry that we did lose some of your testimony. If there's something that you might have in writing you could share before the day is out, that might be helpful as well. So thank you, sir. We have any quick questions at this point for Mr. Libby? Seeing none, sir, again, thank you and have a good day. Next up, sorry if my enunciation isn't correct. Is it Radu?
Yeah, that's right. It's Radu Stokitsa. It's quite a complicated name, but good morning to everyone. It's such an honor to be here. It's actually the first testimony I'm ever doing, so a bit nervous, I would say, in this sense. But I had the whole little speech prepared. I think lots of the people that have spoken before me have brought up a bunch of interesting and valuable topics, and I would rather want to talk about my personal experience. So I'm a Romanian student at Bowdoin College in Brunswick, Maine. I came to the United States first to Maine, so that's how I experienced most of the United States. And I started calling this place home, mostly because of Bowdoin Labor Alliance and the unions in the region. I come from a family with a strong union tradition back home. My mother has been a nurse, a unionized nurse, and she has led me and tried to basically convince me that I should work in the labor movement, and I've done back home. So I've started working in unions for the past year. And what I've actually gotten out of that was the fact that unions not only promote a better situation for workers, but for the whole community as a whole. And I think we don't do enough research for that yet. And I think many of us, especially people in my younger generation, are lacking this knowledge. I remember walking through Bowdoin campus and talking to people about the work I'm doing with unions and about labor, and most of them would say, wow, it's astonishing, yet I do not know what else I can say about that. It's quite sad to know that, because if we look back at January 2021, January 2022, and before that, President Biden gave a couple of speeches in favor of unions, saying that unions are what build the middle class of this country. The middle class that now goes to Bowdoin College, to Bates College, and to many of the colleges we have in Maine and all in the United States. And not knowing this history, I think it's a bit an act of forgetting. And I think we need to prevent that from ever happening again in the future. With that, I would urge you to support LD 1816, and I would urge that to also, I would like that to be a cooperation between USM and other colleges. I would love there to be a cooperation between Bowdoin College and the Bowdoin Labor Alliance. We've helped the housekeepers at our school, and I would love there to be a kind of communication to actually expand and outreach the program to other schools in Maine as well. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Folks, are there any questions at this time? Seeing none, Radu, thank you very much for being here, and good luck as you continue your education at Bowdoin. Have a great day. Next up is Irvin Fletcher, and Irvin will be followed by Elizabeth O'Connor. Good morning.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, Chair Rafferty. My name is Irv Fletcher, President Emeritus of the Oregon AFL-CIO, a federation of 300 local unions representing 130,000 working Oregonians. It's been my second home for over 60 years. I appear before you today in support of legislative document 1816, an act to promote labor education through the University of Maine system. A short personal biography. I was born in Milo, Maine. I am a graduate of the University of Maine, Orono, with a Bachelor of Science in Education and a Master's in Education in 1958 and 1963, respectively. I was at the university during the same tenure as the Earl of Eagle Lake, Representative John L. Martin, current member of this august body. As did many young people of that era seeking work, I took the advice of Horace Greeley and go west, young man. I may have left Maine, but Maine has never left me. As evidenced by my interest in these proceedings and my most recent visit to this beautiful land in the fall of my 89th year. During my Oregon AFL-CIO tenure, I enjoyed a long friendship with Charles Chick O'Leary, the late former president of the Maine AFL-CIO. He introduced me to the writings of Dr. Charles Scontris, who I believe should have been designated the labor laureate of Maine working classes. During my recent retirement years, I met with Dr. Scontris on several occasions during my regular visit to lifelong friends and generations of my family who continue to work and live in this great state. Due to the time limit on my remarks, I'll leave it to other speakers to enumerate the many supporting reasons for naming the new center the Charles Scontris Labor Center. Thank you for allowing this dedicated expatriate of the Pine Tree State to testify in support of legislative document 1816. I am prepared now to answer any question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. It's our privilege to hear your testimony today. We appreciate you being here. Anyone have any questions at this time? Sir, I'm not seeing any questions or hearing anything at this time, but again, thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time to be with us today. Have a nice day. Next up is Elizabeth O'Connor.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and the members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Elizabeth O'Connor. I'm retired from the city of Stamford. I'm a member of the ASME Council 93 retirees, and I'm a proud delegate to the Southern Maine Labor Council. It's really intimidating to follow so many awesome speakers this morning. I'm not, as the other fellow was, I was prepared with what I wanted to say. But everything I think has been said, but I did want to point out that Dr. Rodriguez, Erica Rodriguez, she brought up the fact that with this opportunity, we have the chance of developing current and past issues. Current issues right now, we're experiencing the great resignation. Who would have ever thought we would have seen something of this momentum happening with our labor force? And we also, in this state, we've been striving to keep our kids, our grandkids. In my situation now, my great-granddaughter, I don't want my children moving away. We want our labor force to stay here and be strong. The more we know about our past, the more we know about our past struggles, our fathers, our grandfathers and grandmothers' struggles, the more proud we become. We are more respectful of our jobs, of the part we play in our communities, and we're understanding other people's struggles. I don't think we can do anything less than to endorse LD 1816. And I'm really proud to have been part of this today. Thank you all very much for everything.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor, for being here and testifying. Folks, do we have any questions at this time? Not seeing any, Ms. O'Connor. Again, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate you taking the time to join us. You have a good day. I believe that, yes, Ms. O'Connor, okay. I believe that concludes all testimony. Am I correct, Eli?
Yes, Senator, that is it for the list that I have.
Thank you very much, sir. And that said, then I will close. Whoop. Of course, I got to find the number again. Close today's hearing relative to LD 1816.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rafferty.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
My
Go ahead.
button clicking. I was wondering for when we get ready to do a work session, if we can talk a little bit more about the financials associated with this bill, what that looks like a little more explanation, just in general, talking about that.
Sure. And as we go through, I'm not, without a great deal of knowledge on all these individual speakers. There might have been someone in there that could have led us down that road, but that's obviously a great point.
I know, I just wasn't sure. I wasn't sure who the right person was to ask. So I figured that maybe we might have that information for the work session and we might be able to figure who that person would be.
I know generally we get an impact statement for sure, but thank you. We'll have to research that a little bit otherwise, and I'm sure Hillary can help us in that department.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Likewise, I'm assuming this will have a fiscal note by the time we take a look at it, and I'd be interested in that. But I'd also be interested in reaching out to the university system if we can get a comprehensive list of areas, programs, classwork, minors, majors that they already have regarding labor education, and also perhaps a list of non-university groups, programs, et cetera, that are geared up to support labor. I think that'll be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. There was on one page I'm looking at of the jacket, there was some information relative to the funding, but certainly more would be needed. Any additional questions? All right, so I'm going to officially close then the hearing on LD 1816. In the meantime, I'd like to welcome Representative Brennan. I'll give him an opportunity to say hello. You may be muted, sir.
There we go. It took a while to get unmuted. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Rafferty. Members of the committee, my name is Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland. And I'm glad I was able to get at least the last couple speakers on the public hearing. And I look forward to being with you the rest of the morning and early afternoon.
Thank you. And happy to have you, sir. In any case, let's move forward. We have another public hearing. We have two left, 1820, and that will be followed by 1838. 1820 does have some folks that'll be speaking. So I will open the hearing on LD 1820, which is an act to strengthen the governance of Maine Community College System in the University of Maine. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Yeah, in the University of Maine system. Representative Millett, I'm going to give you the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and my esteemed colleagues on the Committee for Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Rebecca Millett,
and I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth. I am presenting for your consideration LD 1820, an act to strengthen the governance of the Maine Community College System and University of Maine system. I would like to begin by letting the committee know that in the process of preparing for this bill, I became aware of state statute that relates to a state higher education master plan and other state policy level language nested in University of Maine statute, which is chapter 411, section 10902, quote, public policy on higher education. I have been working with the department to determine a better location, excuse me, in Maine's education statute and possible language updates. You will hopefully have an amendment ready for the committee's consideration before the work session. The intent is not to materially change the purpose of the language, but to make it clearer and more meaningful. As you may recall, last year, a majority of this committee amended and voted out LD 1253, an act to add a faculty member and non-faculty staff member to the Board of Trustees of the University of Maine system. The legislature passed the bill, which subsequently was vetoed by Governor Mills. In her veto letter, she stated, quote, I firmly believe the U Maine System Board of Trustees would benefit from a more informed understanding of higher education and daily operation at the system's campuses, centers, and distance learning platforms. To this end, my administration strongly supports an enhanced role for non-voting faculty and staff members on the board. I'm before you today with legislation that will do just that. LD 1820 adds 3 non-voting members each to the Board of Trustees of the University of Maine system and the Board of Trustees of the Maine Community College system, a faculty member, a non-faculty staff member, and an adjunct faculty member. While I still believe that voting faculty and staff members of Board of Trustees are appropriate, as they could recuse themselves from votes that pose conflicts of interest, as all trustees are required to do, the need to ensure meaningful participation and discussion around the future of our higher education institutions by faculty and staff is critical and requires immediate action. In addition to Arizona, Florida, Oregon, and North Dakota, Illinois Community College Board, the State University of New York's board, Cleveland State's Universities Board, Virginia's Public Higher Education Institution boards, all have faculty staff representation. Last year, a representative of the UMaine System Board of Trustees testified against LD 1253. The testimony cited potential conflicts of interest. And while the testimony referenced an irrelevant section of statute prohibiting school board members from being school employees or their spouses, the testimony also indicated the Board of Trustees had concerns about conflicts regarding collective bargaining. I expect we will hear a similar argument today. If the committee is interested, I am more than willing to consider an amendment clarifying that non-voting members of the Board of Trustees will not be able to participate in executive sessions regarding negotiations with any labor unions. Negotiation strategies and updates are almost always given in executive session, and this is similar to Oregon. I would also be open to restricting participation during certain personnel matters that take place during executive session, but I would not want to exempt the non-voting members called for in the bill from all executive sessions, with the fear the boards may be more prone to move discussions to executive session, thus defeating the purpose of the legislation and moving more of their considerations behind closed doors. I am more than willing to work with members of the committee or our higher education institutions to craft something that addresses any real conflict of interest concerns. The growing faculty concerns about educational programming, including online MBA, consolidation of engineering, and the changes regarding professional school and leadership decision-making processes in recent months reinforces the necessity for change. These concerns follow other instances of poor collaboration with faculty and staff that I raised last year and bear repeating. The second year of my first Senate term, relations between faculty, staff, and administration trustees at USM were strained, to put it mildly, as the system began a series of cuts to programming and positions. Last fall, frustration resurged around the retiree healthcare issue. Then retirees picketed the chair of board's place of business. Dozens attended the board meetings to express their anger at the proposed changes. A lawsuit was filed. Finally, the university reversed its decision, but I am confident all of this could have been avoided if faculty and staff had meaningful representation on the Board of Trustees and a meaningful voice in the discussion that impact their universities. The stressors on higher education, economic, demographic, and societal are putting pressure on the relationships among boards, faculty, and administrations across the country, and the same is true here in Maine. Affordability, persistence, access, and workforce development has raised expectations for our higher education institutions and often requires significant change. And change is a team game that requires trust and openness. Henry Ford said, "Coming together is beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success." Today, with all of the opportunities and challenges that our university and community college systems face, it is essential that faculty, staff, administrators, and board of trustees have multiple opportunities to develop a shared understanding of the path forward for our proud state's higher education institutions. Creating a seat for a faculty member and a staff member and an adjunct member on the board of trustees for our higher education institutions is one such way to open up and improve lines of communication and build mutual understanding of the issues and possible solutions. We have many reasons to celebrate the community college and University of Maine systems and all that they do in support of our economy, our community, our citizens. And at the center of that success are our students, faculty, staff, administrators, and trustees. All have a critical role to play in our future. And now more than ever, all must find that common ground to forge stronger bonds and a shared vision. LD 1820 is about replacing frustration, anger, and disruption with transparency, trust, and fellowship. I hope you will join me in support of LD 1820.
Thank you very much, Representative Millette. Do we have any questions at this time? Seeing none, we do have some folks that have signed up for testimony. On this particular LD, we have folks in favor. We have some testifying against. We don't have any that are neither for nor against. And in terms of, I'm going to ask for Eli, is Representative Osher available at this time?
Representative Osher is in the attendees list. I have sent a couple of requests to join as a panelist with no response. I will continue reaching out.
Okay, so if you would, then are we going to, would President Levitt of MEA, is she available? Is she, I'm not sure what order I have this in. Thank you.
Hello.
Oh, good morning, Representative. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm a little, we got mixed up here. Representative Osher, and then we'll have, we'll hear from President Levitt. So thank you folks both for being here. You have the floor, Representative.
Oh, excuse me. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Lori Osher. I represent most of Orono in the Maine House, and I'm a co-sponsor of LD 1820. Before starting my own business, I was an employee of several post-secondary institutions, Cornell University, North Carolina State University, the University of California at Berkeley, and the University of Maine. So this is the pedigree of an academic. These land-grant institutions are similar in many ways, but different in representation of faculty and non-faculty staff on their governing boards. As state institutions, the composition of these boards, whose voices are heard, and when decision-making is happening, and who gets to vote are determined by their legislatures. In North Carolina, the State University System's Board of Governors has 24 voting members who are elected by the state's General Assembly. There are no faculty or staff members on this board. California's Board of Regents has 26 members and 2 are faculty. They are the chair and vice chair of the Academic Council, and they sit as non-voting members. The University of Maine system, the Board of Trustees, consists of 16 members, and there's no seat specifically for faculty or staff. Cornell is one of the relatively few institutions in the nation allowing the campus community to directly elect constituent members of its Board of Trustees as full voting members. 2 faculty and 1 staff are elected by their peers for staggered 4-year terms. To summarize, Cornell has the most representation. California has 2 faculty members who do not vote, and North Carolina and Maine have no representation of people who actually work on their campuses. Maine, a state where local control and community representation are so important, should do better in this regard. From my experience, the institutions that include faculty and staff in decision-making processes have been the most successful in moving toward the goals of justice, equity, and inclusion in their academic communities. Maine should join New York State in making spaces for representatives of faculty and staff on the Maine Community College and University of Maine Systems Board of Trustees. I believe these representatives should be voting members, but LD 1820 only is requesting non-voting representation, including a faculty member, a non-faculty staff member, and an adjunct faculty member to represent to respective boards of trustees will help these bodies do a better job of governing. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will support this legislation.
Thank you very much. Folks, do we have any questions of Representative Osher at this time? Seeing none, we want to thank you for your testimony and for being with us today.
Certainly.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up will be President Levitt of MEA, and she'll be followed by James McClymer and James Morera.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. And Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. Yes, I am Grace Levitt, a Spanish teacher on leave, serving as president of the Maine Education Association, representing nearly 24,000 educators in our system of public education, pre-K through higher ed, both the University of Maine system as well as the Maine Community College system, along with our retired educators. I'm speaking on behalf of these members in support of LD 1820. During my 45 years in education, which it's hard to believe it's been 45 years, it may actually be more. I've worked not only as a classroom teacher at all levels, I've also served in nearly every role in my local and state associations, and even in our national association. It has been my personal experience throughout that the decisions that yield the best results for all involved, especially for students, as well as for educators, are made when all are included in a meaningful way in the discussions leading to the decisions. During this continuing pandemic, the benefits of true collaboration of labor and management could not have been made clearer. We've had to deal with greater challenges than ever before. We continue to do so. But where people in their different roles problem solve together, things have gone relatively well, despite the difficulties we continue to face. Others giving testimony in support of this legislation may provide more in the way of examples where a better decision with a better outcome would have resulted had the faculty and staff been represented on the boards of trustees. But one recent and very serious example is a recent decision the board made regarding a change in benefits for health insurance for our retirees. And surely everyone on this committee remembers what happened and the struggle it has been to try to correct a very misguided decision. Not to mention the toll it took on retired educators in terms of stress and worry. Had there been faculty and staff on the UMS Board of Trustees at the time, surely the result would have been a decision that would have been more informed and would have had a better outcome. Going forward, passing LD 1820 and ensuring the voices of faculty and staff are included on the boards of trustees of both the University of Maine system and the Maine Community College system will most certainly help to ensure that the best decisions are made, decisions which impact not only our students in our institutions of higher learning, but also impact our state as a whole, since the success of both UMS and MCCS are integral to the future economic well-being of the people of Maine. We urge you to support LD 1820 And again, I thank you for your time and your continued work for the people of Maine.
Thank you, President Levitt, and we thank you for your work as well. But any questions at this time, folks? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here, taking the time to do so. You have a good afternoon.
Thank you all.
I have, let's see, I have James McClymer next, followed by James Morera.
Thank you very much. I hope we're all thawing out, and I apologize. I think I signed up to speak twice, so my technical screw up. I apologize for that. I'm Jim McClymer. I'm a resident of Glenburn. I'm a physics professor at the University of Maine, and I'm the president of the UMS Faculty Union, AFM. I'm thankful for those that came before us that provided us and continue to protect our collective bargaining rights, and I'm speaking in support of LD 1820. Not that long ago, in April of 2021, I testified in support of two bills that would put faculty and staff on the UMS Board of Trustees as voting members. The legislature, in their wisdom, they passed such a bill. Unfortunately, UMS, in an effort to confuse the situation, made claims that are notably false and convinced the governor to veto the bill. At that time, UMS claimed a concern with voting. I'm curious what new objections UMS will throw at the wall to keep the board more insular than it needs to be. For last year's bills, there was written testimony and oral testimony provided by faculty and staff board members from various universities, such as University of West Virginia and University of Oregon. In my conversations with these board members, they stressed how valuable the faculty and staff members were on these boards and how they were welcomed by the boards. Indeed, the chair of the Board of West Virginia testified orally and in writing just how valuable these members were as members of the board, as full members of the board with voting rights. It is to the shame of the University of Maine system, the board, and indeed our state, that the board, instead of welcoming our experience and knowledge, will go to great lengths to keep our knowledge and voices out. After testimony from the West Virginia chair, University of Maine system complained to West Virginia and told them basically mind their own business. The UMS board not only wants to remain closed, they don't want you to hear how well and valuable it is to have faculty and staff on the board. As you discuss this bill, I urge you not to introduce any further restrictions on these non-voting members, on their ability to speak and to question. Not having the right to vote is already a severe and needless handicap. It is easy to have a simple and negative knee-jerk response to the idea of putting faculty and staff on the board. But if you understand the purpose of the board, which is not day-to-day running of the university, that is the duty of management, the need for practical living experience from faculty and staff becomes obvious. The comments of the West Virginia board chair, Alvarez, spoke explicitly to these issues. In 2021, I organized meetings with UMS faculty and staff with board members from University of Oregon and University of West Virginia. The trustees spoke again of the dedication of the other board members while recognizing that they, while perhaps experts in their fields of law or business, do not understand the nuances in higher education, and they often approach issues from an isolated perspective. The faculty and staff spoke of how welcoming and appreciative the other board members were, as well as the administration of having faculty and staff on the board. The key point is the board membership and leadership welcome having them as full members, realizing that if the board functioned with an incomplete understanding, they could and definitely would lead to negative consequences for the institution, in spite of the good intentions of the board members. The inclusion of faculty staff as trustees broadens perspectives and improves understanding. The concern is that last time a member of the Board of Trustees made obviously false statements that were rejected by the State Attorney General. The record of UMS to make dubious claims is clear. At that time in her letter, she also impugned the integrity of faculty and staff. The UMS raised red herring after red herring, playing on fear and counting that some legislators and the governor would not know the facts. Indeed, if you only hear from one side, a very talented and pervasive person can create concerns and fears where none truly exist. That is what any UMS opposition is about, keeping out inconvenient facts and other voices. We've heard a little bit about how the board attacked retiree health insurance. I don't have time to go into any detail, but the board abused the process. They misled everybody about what they were doing. They then worked an executive session making a plan to keep everyone in the dark. They put out proposals in secret. They are required to put them out in public so that no one would know, so that we would all be faced with a fait accompli with no time to understand or to do anything. The board continues to reject responsibility for this action. One of the reasons I suspect is that board leadership ran this, and board members who have full-time busy jobs simply followed what the board leadership did. And as President Levitt said, and I believe as Representative Millette said, if there had been faculty and staff, we would have avoided that whole unsightly, unseemly waste of time and resources. Having faculty and staff on the board as members truly would make for a better university system. All of the board would be better informed on how potential actions would be received. Better ways of accomplishing goals would be considered at the beginning of the process instead of after the train left the station. Faculty and staff would also better understand board concerns. Having faculty and staff trustees would truly bridge a divide with positive outcomes for higher education. We see how successful this initiative is to our west and to our south. Don't let any UMS language of fear dissuade you from doing something that should have been done long ago. Thank you very much.
And excuse me, thank you for your testimony. Folks, do we have any questions at this time? Not seeing any, sir. Again, thank you for being here today, and you have a great afternoon. Next up is James Moreira. Sorry.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and other members of the committee. My name is Jamie Moreira, and I'm a faculty member at the University of Maine at Machias, where I teach anthropology and community studies. I'm also outgoing president of the UMM Faculty Assembly, and I've served on the Faculty Union Executive since 2016. I'm here to testify in support of LD 1820 because I believe it will promote more direct and more engaged communication between UMS Board of Trustees and the institution's faculty and staff. Faculty and staff possess an intrinsic knowledge of day-to-day operations of the university and of educational institutions in general, and their occupational knowledge would foster more insightful consideration of new policy initiatives and offer more direct feedback on implemented policies. The current Board of Trustees is a highly accomplished and capable group. Its membership, however, does not include a single representative who spent their career in higher education. LD 1820 would give academic voices seats at the table. Why does this matter? The Board of Trustees often deals with information that requires a nuanced understanding of university structures and processes. Unfamiliarity may lead to misunderstanding, and I can offer one quick example. In September of 2021, President Farini Mundi's presentation to the board on the Orono-Machias partnership included a graph prepared by the university's Institutional Research Division on UMM's faculty and student numbers. The faculty data, however, failed to distinguish between full-time and adjunct faculty. And taken at face value, the graph implied that UMM had a disproportionately high faculty-student ratio. In fact, barely 2/5 of the faculty at UMM are full-time. This has implications for understanding workload at the college. Adjuncts do not have service obligations, nor do they do advising. Many of them have no regular presence on campus because they teach remotely. At UMM, many full-time faculty have to take on multiple service roles just so that we can fill all the required positions. Our advising loads are high, especially given that advising is a top priority on our campus, and we take a proactive and hands-on approach to advising. Without a detailed understanding of academic life and of the many hats that faculty wear, one might wrongly conclude that Machias had more faculty than it needs. When the graph was presented, in fact, one trustee questioned what she perceived to be the high numbers. Fortunately, we'd seen the slide in advance, and we were able to express our concerns to President Farini Monday, and she was prepared to respond. At present, faculty and staff input is limited to public comment period for Board of Trustees meetings. We don't believe that that's sufficient. LD 1820 would allow faculty to contribute their intrinsic understanding of academic institutions to the important work of the UMS Board of Trustees. And therefore, I fully support the implementation and the passing of this statute. I thank you for your attention, and I wish you all the very best with this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Folks, again, thank you, Mr. Marrera.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. You have a good day. Next up is Lisa Leduc, and followed by Lisa Newman and Mike Grillo.
Hello. Are you ready for me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Dr. Lisa Leduc. I'm a professor of criminal justice at the University of Maine at Presque Isle, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 1820, an act to strengthen the governance of the Maine Community College system and the University of Maine system. As a 19-year faculty member and a 6-year faculty representative to the Board of Trustees, I have seen firsthand the problems associated with the lack of faculty and staff voice on the board. First, let me clarify that as a faculty representative to the board, I am not a member of the board. I am not a trustee. Along with colleagues of mine from each of the campuses, I am invited to open board meetings, and I have an opportunity to present faculty points of view only at the Academic and Student Affairs Subcommittee meeting. None of the faculty representatives are given any speaking order standing during regular board meetings. We do not have the opportunity to speak directly to any board votes or actions, and we are not in attendance in executive sessions. While the board has an important fiscal responsibility to the University of Maine system and the state of Maine, they also need to have an informed understanding of higher education and the day-to-day workings of our campuses. Decisions that they make affect students in the classroom, yet there are no trustees that have experience in teaching or research or supporting those students directly, experience as a faculty or staff member. I have seen too often that fiscal concerns and even misinformation have overridden sound academic practices and standards. Just one example is the recent move to seek unified accreditation for the entire system rather than separate accreditations for each campus. While many faculty concerns were brought up in the subcommittees, these were not fully presented at the full board meetings, resulting in what I believe to be an uninformed vote on the matter. It is not that one or two faculty or staff trustees would or could or even should change the voting patterns of the board, but rather these trustees would provide much needed on-the-ground perspectives to the decisions being made. The decision to pursue unified accreditation has, of course, already been made, but there continues to be a lack of faculty and staff feedback to the board about the implementation process. One example of this is the Faculty Governance Council. This is a requirement of NECI, our accrediting body, to ensure shared governance within the unified accreditation application. I represent my campus on the Faculty Governance Council, and there are ongoing heated debates of how this body will work. Yet, when I sit in on full board meetings, the report out from the UMaine System Administration to the trustees about the functioning of the Faculty Governance Council does not reflect that reality. Again, trustees are not getting on-the-ground perspectives of the consequences of their decisions. I worry deeply about how the board often operates as a silo, away from the actual delivery of education to our students. And I believe, and faculty and staff voices on the board would be a good first step in bridging that gap. Finally, I would like to commend Representative Millette for her hard work and research in developing this bill, as well as the previous one from last spring. I continue to be impressed with her outreach to community, academic, and administrative stakeholders alike as she attempts to find a path forward for improved higher education in our state. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Folks, do we have any questions at this time? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your testimony as well as your time. You have a great day. Next up, I have Lisa Newman, followed by Mike Grillo and Paula Johnson.
Hello, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and honorable members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. It's good to be here on this chilly day with you. My name is Dr. Lisa Newman. I teach anthropology and Native American studies at the University of Maine. I'm an associate professor, and I'm also president of our UMaine chapter of AFM in the Orono campus. I serve and represent more than 525 full-time faculty members on the Orono campus, and I've been in this position for about 4.5 years, but I've been involved in the union before that. I'm here to testify in support of LD 1820, the Act to Strengthen the Governance of Maine Community College System and University of Maine System. In my leadership role on campus, one of the most frequent comments and concerns I hear from full-time faculty, whom I represent, is the lack of their ability to communicate with the Board of Trustees about crucial issues affecting life and learning on campus. If only they knew X, I often hear. Full-time faculty, along with part-time adjunct faculty and staff, are the essential workers in the university trenches, so to speak. We care about our students, our campuses, and our work. We know firsthand if the system is working as intended. We also bring our own professional expertise and experiences to bear as we strive to make UMS better for our students and our colleagues. And while I represent only full-time faculty, the perspectives, voices, and expertise of adjunct faculty as well as staff, I think are also crucially important to having a well-informed Board of Trustees. Faculty membership in the UMS BOT would make faculty voices heard in a way they are not at present. And my colleague, Lisa Leduc, just spoke to this. At this time, the BOT has non-voting faculty representation to the BOT. They are not of the BOT. They are not members. In speaking recently with some of these existing representatives, I discovered that they often sit in silent frustration with very few opportunities to speak, typically only observing and reporting back to their respective campus senates. I have learned that there is a change needed in order for faculty matters to truly have a seat at the table, to talk during active discussion, to inform debate on matters about which faculty know best and know firsthand, and to enhance the experiences and inform, I think, the decisions of the other members of the BOT who are well-intentioned, but they are not faculty members, and as Lisa pointed out, have no experience in this area. And yes, I would like to kind of reframe, I think Representative Millette said this well, but that Governor Mills in her letter vetoing the previous bill said that her administration, quote, strongly supports an enhanced role for non-voting faculty and staff members on the boards. And I believe their perspective is critical to the work of the board. I do want to mention one final thing. We currently do have a student trustee position. I believe it's currently vacant, but that is a full voting member, a full voting member of the Board of Trustee. And this is a crucial perspective that is being included and being brought to the table. So what then is the rationale for denying a non-voting faculty member a seat at the same table? I think leaving out faculty voices, as many have said before me, makes no sense. I strongly support LD 1820, and thank you for all you do for our state and for your time today.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. I'm looking for questions. Yes, I do have Representative Dodge with a question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I apologize. I've had technical issues all morning long. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Newman, for being here this morning. My question is a sort of point of information about the frequency with which trustees might reach out to faculty members, students. Are you aware of those instances? And would you say that they happen with great frequency because trustees are so interested in having a balanced view, or perhaps not? Thank you.
Well, thank you for that question. And in my 4.5 years as the president of the campus union, I have never been approached by a member of the Board of Trustees for any faculty perspective that I might have from surveys I do. I have extensive mailing lists, including of retired faculty. So no one has at one point or another ever reached out to me. Now that may be different for some of my other colleagues, but I suspect it's probably the same experience that I've had. So absolutely no contact or desire to get information directly. Now we do, as my colleagues have pointed out, have the ability to attend the public comment parts. Anybody can, right, of the BOT meetings, but that's a very limited role. And it's not them coming to us, it's us coming to them.
Any additional questions, folks? Seeing none, Ms. Newman, thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate your testimony and your time. You have a good afternoon. Next up is Mike Grillo. Mike will be followed by Paul Johnson. I think you may be muted, sir.
Yes, I was. Thank you so much. All right. So thank you very much, Senator Rafferty and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee for holding this open session. For openness is what it's all about. I would like to speak, of course, in support of LD 1820, an act to strengthen the governance of the of the Maine Community College System and University of Maine system. I'm Dr. Michael Grillo. I've worked at the University of Maine for 30 years as a medieval and Renaissance art historian, served as a department chair for 5 of them, served as a faculty senate president for 3 years long ago, continue to serve on a variety of campus and University of Maine system committees. In answer to Jan Dodge's question, I have not in my 30 years seen the BOT reach out to faculty through the Senate, through the union, or anything else. But at any rate, I was delighted to hear for the arguments of LD 1816 for the Charles Gontress Labor Center at USM, for in many ways it touches on exactly the issues here, of including those who have the most direct engagement in the day-to-day stated purposes of the university system, namely in teaching in the classrooms, researching in the studios, labs, studies, etc., and working with communities in the development, in their development, so as to provide us a voice in the direct decision-making of the Board of Trustees. The faculty and staff are the core of the university system, one of its most significant constants, with so many of us dedicating typically the major part of our careers to this one institution. Several decades for most of us, shaping our programs with long-term experience, career commitment, and deep research and planning. While the full-time faculty have a marginal form of representation through members of our senates and university councils, as Lisa Leduc has spoken, in attending the open sessions of the Board of Trustees meeting, this role is currently one more of listening, witnessing, and reporting back to their senates and councils, and not providing that crucial voice, those of the daily experience in classroom teaching, research, and community collaborations that a board needs to make the most effective decisions in serving our students and state. More than anything else, the Board of Trustees needs a wide diversity of expertise, representative of a broad range of fields represented by our full-time, part-time faculty and university staff. Particularly, the Board of Trustees of the state's university system needs direct representation in all of its discussions from professional educators and university staff members. My colleagues have given excellent examples of where the disconnects have weakened our institutions. Only with this type of representation, direct representation, can we expect the Board of Trustees to work effectively in addressing the capacities and the needs of the University of Maine system. As to any perceived conflicts of interest in including faculty and staff on the Board of Trustees, please note that these non-voting members would uniquely be able to provide insights into the actual daily working conditions and realities of university education. Please also understand that any attempts using the language of a conflict of interests really better describes a purposeful avoidance of voices of those who have dedicated their careers to the well-being of the institution. We, as faculty and staff, have but one interest, namely, to enable the university system to effectively meet its mission of serving the people of Maine. Excluding faculty and staff from the executive meetings will continue to undermine any meaningful representation, shutting out the voices of those who have shown the strongest and most enduring commitment to the UMaine system. The Board of Trustees can best serve the people of Maine in strengthening the university system by including those who have the closest applied daily working participation in the universities as they work to meet the system's mission in providing education, research, and community development for the people of Maine. As Senator Millett has properly noted, institutions are strongest when all constituents can contribute to our meeting the university's mission. Please do support LD 1820, for it will truly strengthen the governance of the University of Maine system and that of the community colleges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grillo. Any questions at this time, folks? Excuse me. Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony here today and for waiting. You have a great afternoon. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Grillo, for being here today. I have a tangential question for you, please. Is it possible for you and other professors around the state to perhaps consider future service and volunteering for work on future boards of trustees, please? I am considering our responsibility as an Education and Cultural Affairs Committee in confirming Board of Trustees members who best fit the description and job requirements of being able to ask questions to better provide service and leadership for our universities. And we have perhaps, you and I, need to work a bit harder in that regard. Would you agree, please?
I would totally agree. And I would say that one of the responsibilities of faculty across the system is that we really have a community development aspect. All of us have volunteered to work at state institutions exactly for that purpose. So most of the faculty, all of the faculty, I think would very gladly participate in any means possible to be able to select appropriate Board of Trustees members, to participate in Board of Trustees conversations, and to really work in what is the best expertise that will serve the system in the long run. So yes.
Thank you both. Any additional questions? Mr. Grillo, thanks again, and you have a great afternoon. Mr. Johnson, Paul Johnson is next. Welcome back.
Welcome back. Yes, I'm here again. Sorry. Thank you, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and members of the committee. Yes, I'm speaking again. I also want to thank Representative Millett for everything she's done, and I will thank you also, Representative Dodge, for your very insightful question just there. I didn't vote. I spoke to you before back in April in support of faculty being on the Board of Trustees. I'm here again to say the same thing, supporting LD 1820. What's really troubled me since I last spoke to you about this issue is what I've seen occurring at the University of Maine system over the past several months. Many of my colleagues have alluded to the fact this morning that we can speak. There's a 3-minute public comment option for faculty or staff or anybody to speak to the Board of Trustees. Well, on 2 occasions this year, I was prevented from speaking. I also believe that Representative Millett was also prevented from speaking at one of the meetings. I know a number of members of the community wished to speak to the Board of Trustees, and they were told they could not speak. This is very troubling to me. I also think it's important that we have faculty on the Board of Trustees who can give, as many of my colleagues have said, insight to what is going on at the respective campuses. Let me give you a few examples. You're very well aware that we used to have 2 MBA programs in the University of Maine system, one at USM and one at Orono. We now have 1 MBA system. The Board of Trustees voted for this. The Chancellor said this was a better program. I would argue that by only having now 1 MBA, you've diminished the opportunities for students to get an MBA. The MBA program at USM was very different than the MBA program at Orono. If I'd have been on, just use me as an example, on the Board of Trustees could have asked me questions. Hey, Johnson, what's it like with your students down there? Who are your students down there? I could have given them insights. I'm not saying they would have agreed with me, but I could have given them some insight. I'm also very troubled with the single accreditation we keep hearing about. Again, if a faculty member could have been on the Board of Trustees, we could have given maybe a different perspective on this. What's going on? How this impacts upon students. One of the things we've been told is that this will give students more choice. Well, as you've all known through the pandemic, we've done a lot of online teaching. It's not the best, as you all know through these meetings. I'm sure you'd much rather be all together, seeing one another, talking to one another, sharing stories. It's hard work doing it this way. So we could have really talked about how hard online teaching is. It's very, very difficult. So there's just these insights. So Representative Dodge, I would love to work with you on this, your idea. I think the Board of Trustees should be representing the citizens of Maine. They're not there to rubber stamp what the Chancellor says. They should ask difficult questions, challenging questions. We don't want people just to agree with the Chancellor or what they're saying, but say, how would this impact the students, the staff, the faculty, the citizens of Maine? These are important questions. So again, many of my colleagues have spoken extremely eloquently this morning. I don't want to take up a lot of your time, but I strongly encourage you to support this bill, LD 1820. And as some of my colleagues have alluded to, there is a student representative on the Board of Trustees. That's great. But there also should be a faculty representative on the Board of Trustees. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We appreciate it. Any additional questions? Oh. All right. You have a good afternoon, sir. Oh, Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Johnson, you may or may not know the answer to this, but someone will, and it will hopefully we'll find the answer. And that is, my question is, the UMS Board of Trustees or the Community College Board of Trustees bound in any way legally to even have a public input session at any of their meetings? I know they're required to meet in the light of day, but it's not uncommon for governing or legislative bodies such as the Maine legislature, local school boards. It's really a policy matter that they allow that to happen at their meeting to receive input. Do you know if they're bound in any way or required to have that public input session at their meetings?
In the 22 years I've been at the University of Southern Maine, and over the last several years I've spoken to the Board of Trustees, the only piece I know is they're on the agenda is a piece for public comment at the beginning of each meeting. That used to be in person, obviously for pre-pandemic. You could go up to the meeting literally 10 minutes before the meeting was meant to start. You could sign a book and you could ask to make public comment. Anybody could do that. So I don't know if that's written in the bylaws, but if you were to look at the academic policies and procedures for the University of Maine system, I'm sure you might find it in there.
Okay, thank you very much. And just reaching out to committee staff, analysts, maybe we can get an answer for that for the work session, if whether that's a requirement or if it, in essence, is the Board of Trustees reaching out to the public to be able to speak.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Could we please, thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we also please have information about the job description, please, of a member of the Board of Trustees? And I'm specifically interested in any prohibition on their outreach directly to faculty. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you. Not seeing any other questions. So again, thank you, Mr. Johnson, for being here. We appreciate your testimony and time. You have a
You're more
great
than welcome.
afternoon.
Thank you all very much.
Folks, we do have some additional testimony. I believe we have a couple of folks speaking against the LD, and the first up in that area would be Joyce Maker, and Joyce would be followed by Trish Riley. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Educational Cultural Affairs. I am Joyce Maker. I'm a resident of Calais and a member of the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees. I'm also a board member, a past board member of the Board of Education, which I'm honored to be in front of today. I'm here today to testify in opposition of LD 1820, an act to straighten the governance of the Maine Community College system and the University of Maine system. This bill would add 3 members of the MCCS Board of Trustees from 3 union employee groups. The union employee groups would be delegated to the exclusive authority to identify who the individuals are that would be nominated. These are 3 primary problems. There are 3 primary problems with this bill. First, this bill as applied to MCCS is not necessary. The position would be non-voting, which means that those members would only be able to speak and listen at board meetings, but they already have that right and opportunity under existing law. MCCS trustees meetings are, of course, open to the public under the Freedom of Access Act. Any employee can attend board meetings where they are accorded opportunities to speak to the board and to listen to its deliberations. Indeed, prior to the pandemic, when we held in-person board meetings, we traveled to each of the schools where we had employee lunches and open board and committee meetings were held. For remote meetings, it is also possible for employees to join, and the meetings are well publicized. So this bill provides nothing that existing law and operations at MCCS do not already provide. Second, because all three new members should be required to be from unions with which MCCS has collective bargaining agreements. This bill presents several conflicts of interest. Indeed, this bill is contrary to the purpose of current law that prohibits a trustee of public institution of the state from being financially interested directly or indirectly in any contracts of the institution in which the trustee holds such a place of trust. This bill is also contrary to the law that prohibits MCCS employees from the same activity in their work. And the fact that these members would be non-voting does not solve the problem, because attempting to sway a decision is just as conflicting as voting on it. Indeed, that is exactly what the legislature has seen fit to expressly prohibit municipalities from having its current or former employees to serve in such positions, and why the legislature has also seen fit, and justifiably so, to prevent its own members from participating in any discussion in which they have a specific individual interest, and why the legislature has seen fit to provide the same bar for boards and nonprofit corporations. Third, it is not advisable or likely lawful for the legislature to delegate to any non-governmental entity that by definition is not politically accountable to the citizens the authority to determine who decides issues of public policy. This type of delegation violates the maxim that the lawmaking powers of the legislature cannot be delegated to those who themselves are not politically accountable at the ballot box, or ultimately to an official who is. And this delegation also usurps unduly the authority of the governor to exercise her discretion in exercising her constitutional powers of appointment. For at least the foregoing reasons, we respectfully request that the committee report LD 1820 ought not to pass. We are happy to provide the committee any information for work session, including statutory citations. Thank you for the courtesy of your consideration.
And we thank you for your testimony here today. Do we have any questions at this time, folks? Seeing none. Ms. Maker, thank you very much. You have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up will be Trish Riley. And I believe Trish may be our last. Ms. Riley, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Education Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Trish Riley from Brunswick. I serve on the Humane System Board of Trustees, on whose behalf I speak today in opposition to LD 1820. However, we do share the concern that communication between the board and our faculty and staff can and must be improved, and we would value an opportunity to discuss alternatives to this current bill for doing so. We do not think placing 3 members on the board as outlined in this bill will address that concern effectively. State law bars an individual from serving as a trustee of any public institution for which they have an interest directly or indirectly in any of the contracts made on the institution's behalf. Relatedly, the law governing pre-K through 12 school boards prohibits employment of board members and their spouses within a district. While we appreciate that this bill, unlike that passed by the legislature and vetoed by the governor last year, would make those trustees non-voting, nowhere do either of these laws distinguish between voting or non-voting members, as both the conflict and the appearance of conflict remain. Even if these statutory conflicts were set aside, the practical issues of implementation remain. Budget and personnel matters are inherent in nearly every agenda issue the board considers, and participation in discussions would continue to create conflicts of interest for employee trustees, from which recusal would be constantly necessary and ineffective to protect the integrity of both the employee and the board. In her veto message last year, Governor Mills stated, quote, "It's bad public policy to require active employees to serve on a board that makes decisions that set their salaries and otherwise directly impacts them." The issues that bring us here today have engendered strong feelings all around and could play an unintentionally and unproductively on the board. The board is the governing and planning body of the entire system and sets broad policy. We delegate the implementation of that policy to the chancellor and his team, who engage faculty and staff in a variety of ways consistent with a model of shared governance. And I've included detailed information about that strategy in my written testimony. Board and committee meetings may not be the best forum for the engagement and exchange of ideas and concerns that we so eloquently heard addressed in the proponent's testimony. That said, there is a continuing problem of communication between the board and our faculty and staff that has been exacerbated certainly during the pandemic. A university is its faculty and staff in service to our students and the state. The board needs to assure a better mechanism to engage with hear, and understand our faculty and staff. We need their guidance before issues reach a board agenda. We need a more robust exchange of ideas and perspectives as we face mounting demographic and budgetary challenges and a rapidly changing higher education landscape. In opposing this bill, we respectfully ask for an opportunity to work together with this committee and the proponents of the bill to discuss and develop a meaningful alternative to LD 1820 that we can bring to the work session and assure the kind of ongoing and robust communication that is so clearly needed. I thank you for this opportunity to testify today and for your steadfast and ongoing support of Maine's public universities, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a couple of hands up, and Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative Dodge, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Riley, for your testimony. I appreciate that. One thing I was wondering, since the bill was presented and vetoed, what has the community college system done to improve that communication between the Board of Trustees and the faculty?
Well, I can't speak for the community colleges. I represent the University of Maine system.
I'm sorry.
So just to be clear, it's been, I'll admit it's been particularly challenging during the pandemic with Zoom meetings, but we have recently changed the process and procedures whereby faculty members can and other public can participate through our Zoom meetings in a much better way. We have, through the chancellor and his staff, a whole series of activities underway with the faculty. I believe there's almost 180 faculty working on accreditation issues and work groups across the campuses. But I think it's, I think fair to say that we need to do better and we need to do more. And the pandemic has certainly overwhelmed us and kept everybody terribly busy, as you well know. So I think, again, we want to do better.
Thank you. Just a follow-up. I think the other question I wanted to ask was about one of the concerns about the conflict of interest. If I remember correctly, I think the Attorney General had weighed in on that, about that concern, that he didn't feel like that was an issue. Maybe we can talk more about that at the work session, or we can get some more feedback on that.
Yep. And I think our concern is both the perceived and real conflict of interest as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you both. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Riley, for being here today. I have a couple of questions, and they aren't really specifically that I want you to be the person who answers them, but I think in general, if you will answer, great, but they are more general questions for board members across the board. The first question is, I wonder about the time of trustee meetings. Are they held during the day when many professors are teaching or perhaps not on campus? That's question number one. Also a general question, is it a practice for trustees, either yourself or your colleagues, to meet for coffee, to exchange emails, to visit a class? I'd be interested in that sort of level of communication and how often it might or might not occur, please. Thank you, Representative Salisbury, for your recusal question, so I will skip that. My next question is procedural. If the trustees direct the chancellor to enact a policy based on their discussion, and the chancellor perhaps being in closer contact and communication, I'm assuming, with professors and students, and how the enactment of that policy might be carried out. If the chancellor were to think that the trustees needed more information, what is the process by which he could say, hey guys, you might want to consider speaking with folks at this, say the School of Business. This may not work. Is there a point in the process for the chancellor to make recommendations for the trustees to reconsider process, policy, procedure? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dodge. I can take a hand at least my perspective on these. The meetings are held during the day, in large part to give maximum public input. But your point is well taken about faculty. Again, we do have faculty representatives from each of the campuses elected by their faculty senates who come to each of those meetings. We need to do a better job engaging them. When we met in person, to both your first and second question, when we used to meet in person, like the community colleges, and would move from campus to campus, there would be an afternoon, late afternoon, evening dinner, usually a presentation, often from faculty, sometimes faculty and students, and we had dinner together. And we, faculty members would sit with board members, and we had a really wonderful exchange. And develop some relationships that way, as we did in public meetings during breaks and so forth. So some of that has been sacrificed during the challenging times we've been through, and I think we feel it's lost. We rely on the presidents in large measure to reflect on their faculties. If you read through the shared governance documentation, you see that there's considerable input for faculty in every campus's decision-making process. And frequently it's the presidents who come to us and speak to us about what the faculties have engaged in, what their concerns were, what their issues were. But I think we always have to be sensitive to the importance of that shared governance reality, the roles of the presidents. I was an adjunct faculty member at USM for a number of years, so I have contacts myself among the faculty, and I think each of us do, and we have sort of informal conversations as well. And certainly, if a faculty member calls us, that's a conversation we have, and we share back with the full board. And the policy administrative issues are always wide open. Certainly, the chancellor could come forward and say, we need to take a deep breath, we need to take a hold, we need to engage other people, as the board could with the chancellor. But I think what we're asking for is this process has identified for us, especially in a time of such enormous change and challenge, that we need to formalize a structure. I'm not sure 3 people, I think we are not convinced 3 people on our board who are not voting members and who would raise potentials for conflicts is the best way to do it. We do think there needs to be a much more robust, systematized way that we have conversations and can educate ourselves in a rapidly changing world.
Thank you. Any additional questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, I just want to confirm, Eli, that we do not have any other testimony lined up.
That is the end of my list for this bill. Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So that said, folks, I'm going to end the public hearing on LD 1820 at this time. And just a comment before we move forward. Number 1, we are going to take a Zoom break for about 10 minutes. I'm zoomed out for right now. I need to also, I'm getting a chill, so I need to feed my wood stove a little bit, and my belly as well, perhaps. But that, so I have 10:20, I have 12:25, so I'm going to ask that we take a 10-minute break. In doing so, a couple of reminders, if I'm remembering this right, and you can add to it if needed. Number 1, mute your microphone. Number 2, stop your video at this time and just kind of be that you'll still be on YouTube, but those are just friendly reminders so we don't make any mistakes moving forward. Thank you. I'm not sure, Jan, if I can help you.
having just gotten back, can anybody tell me what's going on?
We're on a break.
I had a countywide meeting from 12 to 12:30, so I had to take a break. Then I come back and we're on break.
Dave, we're going to come back at 12:35, and we're going to start at 1838, which is the last bill, and that's the bill that has to do with diploma access to diplomas and transcripts. It's Eloise Vitelli's bill.
Yep. Very good. Okay. Thanks, Mike.
Okay. You doing okay?
Oh yeah.
You look good.
Oh,
I like that vest.
yeah. Well, it's. I was getting a chill, so I had to go put a vest on. Very good. Okay. See you in a bit.
So, Joe, you warmed up?
I had to throw a couple of logs on, Mike. It got chilly here fast about an hour ago. I'm doing
I was
all
out
right.
I was out this morning and it was 12 degrees out. So it was pretty cold.
Well, you're not going to get any sympathy from Representative McCray.
I understand that. I understand that. As I tell people, I go over to South Portland to warm up. And Sue, I saw this morning that that's a big tourist attraction in Westbrook.
Yeah, the ice disc is back. I'm so
Yeah.
excited. And
Oh my God.
yeah, I'm distracted now by Maddie. So, ice disc, we don't, yeah. So anyway, so we'll be staffing up for that, waiting for the news channels to come and grab coffee after they've taken a picture.
Well, maybe you can get Senator Daughtry to wear her hat down and show.
I love that. I was here. I know, I just
We are
repositioned.
live streaming, everybody, just a reminder.
True. Okay, we're talking about good local stuff, so people can appreciate that.
You're gonna need a hat like that for your ice disc.
Well, you know, it's always interesting what becomes kind of a tourist attraction or a public phenomenon. And you never would have thought just an ice disc in Westbrook, but, you know, it ended up attracting international attention.
Hillary.
Thanks. I just want to take a quick moment before we got into the next public hearing to let everybody know that I did confirm what Eli was talking about this morning regarding attendance. And so if there is anyone who is attending at the State House, to just let him know in some way, shape, or form that is information he has been asked to collect this year.
So that's for everyone that's on campus.
If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to him. That is the full extent of my knowledge.
So Hillary, you don't know if that was tied into any type of travel stipend?
I do not know specifics other than what Eli mentioned this morning. It sounds like that's correct, but I don't know any more than that.
Thanks.
So, folks, we will transition into our last public hearing. And just for, I think we have basically a handful, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 8 or 9 folks here to testify. So any questions before we get going? We are live already. And so what I will do then is open the hearing on LD 1838, which is an act to improve student access to post-secondary school transcripts and diplomas. We do have Senator Vitelli here this afternoon, and she will be our first person to speak and as the sponsor of this bill. Good afternoon, Senator. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Sometimes the technology works, which is really great. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, I'm pleased to be here with you this afternoon. My name is Eloise Vitelli, and I represent Senate District 23 which includes all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden and Lincoln County. And I'm here before you today to present LD 1838, an act to improve student access to post-secondary school transcripts and diplomas. As we all know, the problem of student debt looms large in Maine and across the country. As the federal government struggles to find a solution to this crisis, in Maine, we've taken action. I was proud to sponsor the Student Loan Bill of Rights in 2019, which created a registry of public lenders and created rights for borrowers to protect them from predatory lending practices. And last session, the legislature passed a bill I sponsored to extend many of these rights to private student loan borrowers and their co-signers. I sponsored to extend many of these rights in private student loan taken together, these two pieces of legislation represent significant steps forward in helping student loan borrowers successfully and fairly pay down their debt. But there's another piece to this puzzle. Students and graduates who owe money directly to their college or university often face the additional hurdle of having their transcripts or diplomas withheld until their debt is paid off. Transcript withholding, estimated to be practiced by over 90% of colleges and universities, is intended as an incentive for students and graduates to pay down their debt. In reality, it's a damaging practice that benefits neither students and graduates nor colleges and universities. Official records of one's transcript or diploma are often needed when one is pursuing further education or job opportunities. A transcript is usually necessary for returning to school to complete a degree or to obtain an additional degree, and verification of one's educational experience is sometimes needed to complete the hiring process for a job. If one doesn't have access to these documents because of an outstanding debt, whether that debt be $100, $1,000, or $10,000, these educational and job opportunities and the increased earnings potential that come with them are lost. The result is that schools, in their efforts to retrieve debt owed to them by a student, actually end up limiting that student's ability to earn the funds needed to pay off those debts. This is especially true for low-income students and for those who left school before completing their degree. This is perhaps why transcript withholding is such an ineffective tool for collecting debt. One study shows that transcript withholding yields just 7 cents for every dollar owed. This bill would prohibit post-secondary schools in Maine from refusing to provide a transcript or a diploma for a student on the grounds that the student owes debt. It would also prohibit the conditional release of these documents on the payment of debt, charging a higher fee for these documents, or otherwise providing less favorable treatment because the student owes debt, or using the issuance of these documents as a tool for debt collection. This bill would not forgive the debt owed to colleges and universities. It would not prohibit colleges and universities from collecting debt owed to them by other means, many of which are more effective anyway. It would simply allow students access to their own official documentation so that they can responsibly pay down their debts without unfair penalties or limitations placed on their futures. Ending the practice of transcript withholding is gaining traction across the country and is a logical next step in Maine's efforts to balance the rights of lenders with the rights of student borrowers. I thank you for your consideration of this bill, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Excuse me. Thank you. We do have a question. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Vitelli. I guess my question is, you alluded to the fact that there are other more beneficial ways of reducing this sort of debt. Could you expand on that, please?
Yeah, well, there are traditional debt collection techniques that universities use. And I was pleased to see actually that the University Maine system has a program to try to deal with this excuse me, with this issue their own. It's the small debt forgiveness program as a way to try to bring people back in to the university. So I think, you know, any outstanding debt can be pursued through other traditional means. This just gives the student the access to their record without further penalizing them. And what I was able to find out is that the charge that's normally paid to receive a transcript is like $35. So, you know, that's not a big piece of the pie in any case. I don't know if that answers your question, Representative.
That's interesting. Can I have a follow-up, sir?
Yes.
So the debt collection, still the financial responsibility is still on the student, correct?
Absolutely.
What would you think of the idea of, okay, their transcripts can be released, but what about, I mean, where there needs to be some form of leverage, I would think, to help encourage payment aside from the debt collection. What if one, like the transcript can be released, but not the diploma? What are your thoughts to that?
I think both of them are covered under this legislation, but it's mostly the transcript, because what you have is somebody, and there's lots of students in this state and around the country who have some college but no degree, so they stopped short in their college education before getting their diploma. And this is really the catch-22 that they find themselves in, is that they don't have the credential, the diploma, that's needed to get the next big job or to, you know, go on to another educational program. And without their degree, without that record, they can't apply for either the job or the education. So they're kind of stuck. That's the issue that we're trying to address with this bill, not so much the diploma.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Vitale, for sponsoring this bill. I think you possibly were part of some emails that from the Maine Center for Economic Policy. I was working with Jody Harris there, and we were talking about requesting some information from the University of Maine system that would sort of give us an idea of the impact of this bill. And I'll forward that on, maybe some answers that we could get for our work session. Some of the questions were around like what the impact would be. How many accounts are we talking about that have this sort of hold on it? And what kind of money are we talking about, like the balances for those accounts that are on hold? So I'll forward those questions on. I think that Sam Warren has been working on those as well. And I forwarded that information on to also to Maddie and Ed so that we can talk about those on our Commission for College Affordability. So I think it is a really big issue. I mentioned in my conversations that my daughter ran into this issue. She was transferring from USM to SMCC for a nursing program. And there was an outstanding bill that she needed to pay, but she couldn't be accepted into the program at SMCC until that bill was paid into the nursing program. She could take some classes, but wasn't fully accepted. So it's definitely a real issue that's happening. And I do understand the concern of the college systems needing to be able to get the money for which they've charged. So we have to, hopefully we can work together to find out what the right balance is that will help both the college system and the students that are trying to get those. So I do appreciate this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I have another question from Representative Brennan and then Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Senator. And Senator Vitale, it's good to see you today. Thank you for being here and bringing the bill. So just so I understand it, I'm assuming just personalizing it from a situation I had, we're not talking about student loans because typically those loans are owed to another institution, not to the college or the university itself. So if somebody has $50,000 in loans outstanding, that has nothing to do with this bill or with the university because they've already been paid for the tuition and room and board and everything else through those loans. So we're talking about overdue library books or lab fees or other costs that may be associated outside of those loans that have been paid to the university. Is that correct?
Well, thank you, Representative Brennan. It's good to see you as well. It's a little unclear whether it's nationally, at least, whether these practices are reserved only to direct payments owed to the institution. I was reviewing some of the literature on this matter, and it seems that in some places the law has been used also to put pressure on paying down more broadly student debt. So, that's part of the reason why we want to bring this forward, is to try to bring some clarity to this issue in terms of what we're really talking about here.
Okay, and could you clarify then your intent with this bill in regards to that, or is that something you're asking us to kind of wrestle with a little bit more?
My intent with the legislation is to focus on what is owed to the institution.
Okay.
That the institution cannot use what a student owes to them as leverage in preventing the dispensing of their transcript.
Okay. Well, just as an example, when I graduated from college, I tried to get my transcript and they sent me a note and said I had a $15 fee for an overdue library book. And they wouldn't give me the transcript until I paid the $15. And yeah, I spent 3 or 4 months going back and forth with them and saying I really did know it and I did get it back on time, blah, blah, blah. Ultimately, I had to pay the $15 in order to get the transcript. So I think and again, I think what you're saying is that in that situation, the university would not be able to withhold the transcript or quote the diploma simply because you owed a $15 fine on an overdue library book. Is that okay?
Yes, I mean, the intention is really that if a student owes something to the university and then you have another student who doesn't know anything, that they should both be treated the same in terms of getting a copy of their official transcript. So you can still charge your traditional $35 fee to both of those students, but you can't charge more to the student who owes a debt to the university than you would to the person who doesn't know anything to the university. So
Yeah,
it's
and
trying
Senator,
to,
if I could just ask one last question. There's also the provision in here for a $500 fine if the university or college violates that. Is that a national number, or is that something that you arbitrarily came up with, and are you wedded to it all that much?
yeah, no, thank you for that question. I can't really give a clear answer to that. I think that's
okay.
Something
Thank
to
you.
be discussed.
Representative Crockett has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Senator Vitelli. Michael kind of stole a little bit of my question in the sense that for the work session, if we could get maybe a breakdown of exactly what where these charges are coming from. And one of the reasons I asked that is my daughter graduated from Syracuse University in 2014. And 4 years later, she was applying to grad school. And she couldn't get her transcripts because there was a $1,000 sorority fee that was on the books, which was interesting because she actually had left the sorority before her senior year. And the story is, we had to pay $1,000. And that felt a little outrageous to me. So I'm quite pleased that you have put this bill forward. But if we could get a deeper breakdown of exactly where these charges are coming from for the work session, I think that would be helpful.
Thank you. I have Representative McCray followed by Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Senator. I would assume that we would also want to preclude any of the universities or what have you, or colleges, from acting as the agent for these outside loan institutions, so that it's purely just what is owed to the college, and a particular college or university can't say, well, okay, we're going to hold it up because they owe $20,000 to some other institution, correct?
Thank you, and good to see you as well, Representative McCray. I don't believe that universities or institutions have already transferred the collection of other student debt to the lender in question, whether that's a public or a private
right
lender. So I think that would already be part of what this bill has set aside.
Yep.
And is looking really at what the university itself is expecting.
I thought that to be the case, but I thought I'd ask. Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for letting me speak again. I think one thing to remember is that some students don't take out loans for their classes, so they may only take a couple of classes. So maybe they have a payment plan and for those classes. So it's not just library fees or sorority fees or things like that. It can be for the actual classes. So they might be paying on those, have a payment plan. And at the end, if they haven't fulfilled the requirements for the payment plan or the classes they're taking, so it still could be a few $1,000s. So it could be for actual classes or programming that they're taking.
Yes, thank you for that, Representative. I think that's correct.
Any other questions, folks, for Senator Vitelli at this time? Seeing none, Senator, thank you for joining us today. We appreciate your testimony and your work. Good luck with this moving forward. You have a good afternoon.
Thank you. I appreciate you listening. Have a good work yourself.
We have about 5 or 6 folks that are going to speak in favor and a couple that are neither for nor against. So that said, Arthur Phillips will be up first, followed by Gina Moran and Monique Roy. Oh, did I miss one? Representative O'Neill, I'm sorry, I don't have you on my list, but happy to have you speak.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Maggie O'Neill, and I represent House District 15, which is in Saco. I thank you for the opportunity to come before you today and submit testimony in support of LD 1838, which would improve student access to post-secondary school transcripts and diplomas. So as we discussed, currently it's legal for both private and public colleges in Maine to engage in transcript withholding, a common form of debt collection in which students can refuse to provide students and graduates with their official transcripts if they have an outstanding account balance. In many instances, as we've discussed, the owed amount can be as little as $25 or less, and it can be related from anything from tuition payments to library fees or parking tickets. I wanted to, just because of the conversation that came up, I wanted to share a student story as an example, and it's something that I saw in a report that was written about this. So the student, Maria, expected to take out federal loans to cover her last semester at a local community college for her associate's degree. But what happened is on the first day of class, her car broke down, and that forced her to have to pick up extra shifts so that she could fix her car. And it made attending class really difficult at that time. So she withdrew from classes hoping that she could re-enroll the following semester. Because she withdrew, the school has to return 100% of the student loan funds to the federal government. But the school also has a policy that students cover 30% of tuition if they withdraw on the first day or afterwards. That was her school's policy. So her student loans no longer covered her tuition obligation, and she's withdrawn from school, and she ends up immediately owing that tuition money that she thought that she could repay over a longer period of time as part of a student loan. Most schools withhold a student's official transcript until an institutional debt is repaid. So without a transcript, students like Maria aren't able to, say, transfer to a new school or try to finish that last semester. So what they run into is, even if her finances settle down for the next semester, she likely won't be allowed to re-enroll in the same school until she pays off the debt. And that, that's an instance of people that are facing stranded credits. So we have a nonpartisan organization called the Student Borrower Protection Center that's here today. And I think I just want to encourage you to pose some of your questions about what this looks like in practice and what's out there, as well as the representatives from the community colleges and the university system who are here. And I'll continue with my normal testimony to say that the practice of transcript withholding can have harmful unintended consequences for students, like we've discussed. That's because the transcript is a student's ticket to re-enroll, to transfer schools, or to show their employer that they have their degree or their credential. Students who have their transcripts withheld are often hindered from, like in Maria's story, from continuing their education or getting a job, which makes them even less likely to be able to afford paying their balance in the first place. The practice disproportionately harms low-income students, and it creates additional unnecessary roadblocks to people finishing their degree or to applying for a better paying job with their new credentials. So it really creates a vicious cycle. That's why more states and individual schools are ending transcript withholding. This is an example. California did this, Washington did this, and other states have moved, toward banning or really limiting this practice. Other states are currently considering legislation to do so. And even the Education Secretary Cardona has urged schools to end the practice because it hurts both student retention and completion amongst our most underserved students. I want to note that this protection is especially important during the pandemic, as already tight family budgets are strained. Many students have changed their educational plans as a result. People have sought financial recovery, either through applying for a new job or going back to school. And institutional debt might be the thing that stands in the way of someone landing that better paying job or continuing their education. So we can work together to eliminate this barrier to their success. And as noted, I'm going to cut some out, but ending transcript withholding won't erase account balances, and it won't prevent Maine schools from pursuing outstanding debts. Traditional methods, including phone calls and collection notices, remain available to schools. Ending transcript withholding also has the potential to increase student enrollment by allowing students to go back to school once their transcripts are no longer held by their prior institutions. Students and recent graduates shouldn't be held back for their inability to pay an account balance. Ending transcript withholding in Maine will eliminate an ineffective practice and better position our young people for success, leading more students to degree attainment, employment, and a sound economic future. So thanks for your consideration.
Excuse me. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions, folks, of Representative O'Neill? Seeing none at this time. Again, thank you very much for being here with us today. Sorry I overlooked you, but I didn't have my recorded notes apparently. In any case, thank you. I believe that next up in terms of testifying for are Arthur Phillips. Arthur will be followed by Gina Moran and Monique Roy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Arthur Phillips. I'm an analyst at the Maine Center for Economic Policy, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 1838. As we all know, college education is a critical tool for Mainers to boost their economy and for our state to grow its economic dynamism. However, due to the high cost of higher education, many working class Mainers must leave school before they're able to earn a degree. As of 2019, nearly 1 in 5 Mainers aged 25 or older had some college education but hadn't earned a degree. That represents more than 180,000 Mainers. Meanwhile, there's no shortage of awareness of Maine's need for more skilled workers. The COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated long-term workforce challenges here in the nation's oldest state, and we should be doing everything we can to invest in our people and encourage students to finish their degrees. Even before the pandemic, in 2018, a survey of over 1,000 business and professional leaders asked, what are the top 3 issues that Maine's governor and legislature should address? The second most common issue after health insurance was the availability of professional workers. The fourth was the availability of skilled technical workers. As for working Mainers, they also see the need for more training. Last summer, the DOL surveyed more than 2,600 people to understand barriers to work. And the most cited barrier was lack of opportunities that match my skill set. And the second most cited support for helping get people back to work was additional skills training opportunities. So this bill offers a common sense, low cost opportunity to help working class Mainers get back into their degree programs or take possession of their diplomas while investing in our workforce and boosting our state's long-term economic vitality. We requested data on this practice from the University of Maine system and the Maine Community College system. Yesterday, we received data to confirm that there are more than 10,000 student accounts with holds for past due balances within the University of Maine system alone. However, the data provided are not quite sufficient to understand the nature and costs of these holds. And while we may hear more from presenters today, we would welcome the opportunity to review comprehensive data as soon as it's available. Nationwide, a 2016 survey found that 98% of schools hold transcripts as a debt collection tactic, and there are approximately 6.6 million students who have earned credits they cannot use due to these transcript holds. We've heard from Maine residents who've had transcript holds for medical debt and parking tickets, among other reasons. And I think it's important to emphasize that, as others have, that ending transcript and diploma withholding would not amount to debt forgiveness, and it would not prevent schools from collecting outstanding balances. Rather, it would incentivize colleges and universities to seek solutions that allow Mainers to pay off their debts while they're still continuing their studies and pursuing their careers. It's also unclear whether transcript withholding is a particularly effective tool for collecting unpaid balances. Evidence from recent years in Ohio, where more data on the subject is available, found that universities collected a small fraction, about 7% of outstanding balances each year, and that represents significantly less than 1% of their operating budgets. Ending transcript withholding could, in fact, increase revenues by enabling students to enroll who previously could not. And lastly, I just want to note that in addition to Education Secretary Cardona, who last month endorsed ending this practice, last month also the American Association of Collegiate Registrars and Admissions Officers, along with the American Council on Education and the Council for Higher Education Accreditation, released a joint statement on the transfer and award of credit. And among other principles, those groups stated that institutions should remove unnecessary obstacles that prevent students from accessing their transcripts, withholding transcripts to collect on such things as relatively small unpaid bills and other institutional charges owed by a student puts students in a bind. Unable to obtain a transcript allows them to continue their progress toward a degree or get a job that would allow them to pay off these debts. So again, that quote is from a series of groups that study best practices in the higher education sphere. To conclude, ending the practice of transcript and diploma withholding would benefit students and employers alike and would help grow our economy at a time when labor markets are tight and skilled workers are scarce. That's why we urge you to support LD 1838. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Any questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, sir, thank you for your testimony and for your time with us today. You have a great afternoon.
Thank you, you too.
Next up is Gina Moran. Gina will be followed by Monique Roy and Riley Getjins.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Gina Moran. I am a resident of Auburn, and I am here today to speak in support of LD 1838, an act to improve student access to post-secondary school transcripts and diplomas. Although my story is about my time at an out-of-state school, I want to share my story to shed light on how this practice is holding folks back from success. Over 30 years ago, I attended Lake City Community College in Florida to obtain a criminal justice degree. I was placed on academic probation with financial aid for dropping a class too late. The following semester, which would have been my last, I started having car trouble. In turn, this caused me to start missing classes. Where I lived in Sanderson, Florida, there was no public transportation to get to classes. Eventually, my car's motor died and I was left without any transportation and had to drop out of school. As a result, financial aid refused to pay for my classes. A few years ago, I tried to obtain my transcripts to go to CMCC for a social work degree. CMCC told me I couldn't attend college without those transcripts. The college in Florida informed me that I owed money and I had to pay before I could get my transcripts. I live on disability and I don't have extra funds to pay a school that's been holding my transcripts for over 30 years. Transcript withholding has also prevented those of us who are disabled from obtaining a degree that would possibly allow us to work again. This disproportionately affects the poor in this state and the country. When is enough enough? Passing LD 1838 is going to help many poor folks have the ability to finally obtain much needed transcripts and diplomas without all the red tape. I am asking this committee to please vote ought to pass on LD 1838. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moran. I appreciate your testimony and the personal touch you added. Do we have any questions at this time, folks? Seeing none, Gina, good luck moving forward. I hope you're able to resolve those issues.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Next up is Monique Roy, and Monique will be followed by Riley Getjins.
Good afternoon, members of the 130th Legislature's Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Monique Roy, and I am the Director of Augusta Adult and Community Education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of an act to improve student access to post-secondary school transcripts and diplomas. This act is vital in helping Mainers who wish to complete their post-secondary educational goals. Increasing Maine's post-secondary attainment rate has been a focus area for the past several years. Maine Sparks goal for 2025 is to have 60% of Mainers hold credentials valued by Maine's businesses and industries. According to Maine Sparks' most recent data, only 50% have achieved this goal. With statistics such as 95% of all American jobs created since 2009 have gone to people with college degrees or other post-secondary credentials, and college graduates earn about 56% more on average than those with only a high school diploma, It's not hard to understand why it is so important to help Mainers obtain their post-secondary credentials. Removing barriers that prevent Mainers from returning to school is a key component in reaching the Maine Spark goals and positioning our workforce to be well prepared for the future. All too often, people will begin their post-secondary academic journey, but find themselves in situations that prevent them from moving forward. These factors are often financial, as the cost of education has risen exponentially over the past 20 years. When a person leaves a post-secondary program because they can't pay their bill, it leaves them with no opportunity to advance. If they can't advance, then they won't be able to pay their bill. It's a catch-22 that does not benefit anyone. In adult education, we have many students who come to our college transitions program who want to continue their post-secondary education, but either need help to be successful academically or need help navigating how to enroll in a new post-secondary program. Before I became the director of Augusta Adult Education, I was the college transitions advisor. I had many students who had started college, but because of life circumstances, had to stop out, oftentimes leaving an unpaid bill behind. One student in particular waited 4 years after stopping out of college before coming into our program to ask for help. They had stopped attending at the beginning of their sophomore year to take care of their ill mother. They were not aware that by dropping out, when they did, that they were still liable for the cost of the courses, which they had been paying for out of pocket. They thought that because they stopped attending, that they didn't need to pay for the classes. Should they have looked in the university's policies to better understand the consequences of dropping out the way they did? Should they have reached out to the registrar's office to have their office explain? Perhaps an advisor? The answer is yes, but in times of crisis, sometimes those inquiries go unasked. And as a first generation college student, they had no one to guide them and no real understanding of how it all worked. They were ashamed of the fact that they had an unpaid bill at the university they had been attending, but wanted to start attending school again at the community college. They were surprised when they were unable to retrieve their transcript, as they had paid for the classes that they had taken and completed. Our program was able to help figure out a financial plan, but the person was still unable to move forward at the community college until the bill was paid in full. This prevented them from completing a program that would have helped them earn money as well as fill a void in our workforce. I understand that people are responsible for paying for their education, but I disagree with holding a transcript hostage because they have difficulties doing so. There should be a way for a person to move forward with their education while taking responsibility. This is a win-win situation. Please consider adopting this legislation as one of the many ways to remove barriers in completion of post-secondary programs. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. And folks, do we have any questions of Ms. Roy at this time? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony and your time, patience waiting for us today. You have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up, also speaking in support will be Riley Getchins, and then Riley will be followed by Sophie Lang and Winston Berkman-Breen. Good afternoon, Riley.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm testifying on behalf of my friend and classmate, Samantha Donnelly. So she has a written testimony for me. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Samantha Donnelly. I am a resident of Wilton, and I am here today to speak in support of LD 1838, an act to improve student access to post-secondary school transcripts and diplomas. In March of 2014, I had to withdraw from the University of Maine at Farmington due to medical reasons. I withdrew from classes outside the permissible window the schools allow for financial liability, so I received a $1,200 bill owed to the school that my loans no longer covered. The payment options were either 3 large payments of $400, which was not feasible for me at the time, or to pay in full. I made small $25 payments each month that did not count as a payment plan, but they accepted them nonetheless. The following fall, I wanted to restart classes, but wasn't allowed to enroll because I had not paid my account off. Despite a clear transaction history of on-time, consistent monthly payments, the school put a hold on my account, meaning I could not enroll in classes and they would not release my official transcript. This meant I could not transfer to another college. I had to take the fall semester off to continue paying my account off in an affordable manner. In the spring of 2015, I realized the state had garnished my state tax return without informing me, and I was left with a hold on my account and the remaining debt. I eventually took out a personal loan, paid the bill off in total, and transferred schools. In the fall of 2017, I started classes again, this time at the University of Southern Maine. Despite both colleges being part of the UMaine system, my graduation plan was put back 3 years because of the debt on my account. The current system keeps people with financial barriers from achieving higher education. This needs to change. I urge you all to support LD 1838. Thank you. And that's it.
Thank you. I'll ask for questions, although you might want to pass these along to your friend, Samantha. Do we have any at this time, folks? Seeing none, Riley, I guess you got off the hook on those. So thank you very much for your testimony. You have a good afternoon.
You as well. Thank you.
Next up, speaking will be Sophie Lang, and Sophie will be followed by Winston Berkman-Breen. Good afternoon, Sophie.
Thank you and good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Sophie Lang, and I'm a Yale Lyman Legal Fellow in the Portland area office of Pine Tree Legal Assistance. Thank you for the opportunity to share my comments on LD 1838. I've been asked to provide testimony regarding this bill, and I am speaking on behalf of Pine Tree. Since 1967, Pine Tree Legal Assistance has provided free civil legal assistance to low-income people throughout the state of Maine. In 2021, Pine Tree provided legal services to Maine families and individuals in 6,748 cases, of which 533 involved representation of clients in consumer cases. 46 of these cases involved representation of clients with student loan issues. In the past few years, we have developed the Student Loan Assistance Project as a branch of our consumer work, which has grown in recognition of the critical need for advocacy in light of the continuing student loan crisis. My work at Pine Tree focuses exclusively on student loan issues, from representing borrowers with private student loans and debt collection, to helping borrowers navigate their repayment plans, to helping borrowers deal with wage and benefit garnishments, to assisting borrowers with federal applications for relief based on school misconduct or borrower disability. For most students, attending college means taking out significant student loans. However, those loans and other financial assistance often won't be sufficient to cover every expense associated with school. In addition to tuition, students also find themselves on the hook for additional fees. These can include activity fees, graduation fees, library fines, parking tickets, and other fees that the school charges students for directly. For some students, these fees can stay low, and for others, the fees can rack up into the hundreds or thousands. Late fees can then accrue, significantly increasing the amount due. Many schools withhold transcripts and diplomas from students who owe even minimal fees. Across the country, over 6.5 million students cannot obtain their transcripts due to this practice, which some refer to as transcript ransom or the transcript trap. Here at Pine Tree, in the past few months, we've had a client come to us with difficulties paying these fees and observed that the collection letter from her college threatens to withhold her transcript until the debt is paid off. If a student is only able to pay a limited monthly amount towards the debt, it could take years until they are able to regain access to their transcript. Transcripts are often necessary for students to improve their lives through continued education or employment. Without their transcripts or diplomas, students are shut out of job opportunities, unable to transfer schools, and unable to return to school to finish their degrees. These policies can prevent students from getting jobs that would allow them to pay back their debts. They can prevent students from graduating despite having completed all of their coursework. All of these impacts can be especially devastating for students who enrolled in colleges to improve their lives through education. The impact of transcript withholding policies falls disproportionately on low-income students, students at community colleges, adult students, and students of color. As a result of these policies, students are left in a difficult limbo with stranded credits that they are unable to use. These students have often already paid a significant amount towards their education and have completed a portion or the entirety of their degrees. Yet they are held back from taking the next steps in their lives and advancing in their careers or in their education because they are unable to have access to their own transcripts or diplomas. Sometimes stranded credits mean students have to retake classes they already took because the credits are not considered valid without the debts paid. These debts can follow students around for years and even decades, racking up additional fees. When students have reached the point of trying to get a new job or go back to school, the debt can be extremely difficult to pay down. Some states have recently enacted legislation to curtail transcript withholding by colleges and universities, and others are considering similar bills. LD 1838 would help Maine students improve their lives through education or employment, rather than be held back by transcript withholding policies when they are unable to pay certain school fees. This bill would help low-income students in Maine, and therefore Pine Tree supports the passage of LD 1838. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Lang. Folks, any questions at this time? Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. Very quickly, Ms. Lang, you referenced the fact that there are other states that have passed similar legislation. Do you know whether or not this bill is structured on those other acts? And if in fact they are, would you be able to provide our staff person, Ms. Risler, the information about what other states, how they've gone about addressing this issue, and what the language that may have been used in those statutes?
So I'm not sure if this bill was specifically mirrors the language of, I think, California and Washington's bill. I believe that possibly Winston might be able to speak better to the what other states have been doing.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, folks? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Lang, for your testimony and your time with us this afternoon. You have a good day.
Thank you.
And our next testimony will be from Winston Berkman-Breen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Winston Berkman-Breen. I'm the Policy Counsel and Deputy Advocacy Director at the Student Borrower Protection Center. The SBPC is a national nonprofit policy organization committed to ending the student debt crisis. Prior to joining the SBPC, I was the student loan ombudsperson for the state of New York, housed in its financial regulator. I'm testifying today in support of LD 1838, an act to improve student access to post-secondary school transcripts and diplomas. Now, actually, if the committee would permit me, I would be happy to very briefly summarize the prepared remarks that I've actually already filed with you, so it's on file, and maybe just do a brief summary and then address some of the questions that have been asked previously to Senator Vitelli and to others, rather than maybe be a little bit redundant to some of the testimony you've heard. Whatever your preference is, I'm happy to go either way, but it might save a little bit of time.
That's fine. Thank you for the offer.
Okay, thank you. So again, just very briefly, I think this will sound familiar, and I know we've all been in a long session today, and then to address some of the points that were raised earlier. I think they're really important things for this committee to understand about this issue of transcript withholding and trapped credits. We've stranded credits, we've heard a couple of terms that refer to it, is that it really puts folks in a double bind, right? If you can't afford to pay off your balance, then you can't get your education documents, but without your education documents, you can't put yourself in the educational or employment setting to earn the funds needed to pay off your account. So there's a bit of a catch-22 scenario that a lot of folks find themselves in. Also, I want to emphasize, as you heard earlier today, that this is not a debt cancellation bill, right? All this does is take the particular tool out of institution schools toolkit to recoup funds, but it doesn't touch any of the other tools or cancel the obligation, as I think Senator Vitelli covered. but it does have a disproportionate income impact on low income folks, which I think other folks had spoken to earlier, so I won't belabor the point, but it is an important thing to note that if people can't afford to pay off their balance, then they really are sort of stalled and put in limbo educationally and professionally. And then so very finally, I'll quickly do a little bit of a national overview of this issue before I jump into some of the questions I heard earlier, and then respond to any additional questions that the committee might have, if that's helpful now or during a follow-up working session, whatever is most helpful to you all. So as you've heard, Washington State and California have both already passed laws that prohibit this activity, slightly different between each other. The bill in front of in Maine is most similar to California's law, but I'm happy to follow up with the committee staff and provide specific examples of both of those two. And there are bills in about a half dozen other states in the country right now that are, again, substantially identical to the bill here in Maine. I think this is reflective of the fact that this issue isn't necessarily a bad practice, it's an outdated paradigm, right? This is just the way that all schools operated for a very long time, and we are increasingly, in large part because of COVID, seeing that it has these unintended consequences, that it has these unintended harmful effects, particularly on low-income folks trying to get their education and get employed out in the world. And so over the last 2 years, there's really just been a huge push to address this issue in a couple of different jurisdictions that I've mentioned. So really what this bill, I think, tries to do, which Senator Vitelli spoke to, is really just change the paradigm shift, right? This is a time to talk about how we used to do something and how we want to do it going forward. In addition to U.S. Secretary of Education Cardona, which MESEP mentioned in their testimony, just last week, New York Governor Kathy Hochul, in her State of the State address, announced that she's going to instruct the state and city university systems of New York to categorically end their transcript withholding policies, and is going to propose legislation, which I imagine will be very similar to what's in front of us today, to end the practice in New York. So this really is the direction that the country is headed. Maine is at the vanguard of that. Again, there's 2 or 3 states that have addressed it, and then a half dozen or so that are doing it right now. So I hope that's just a helpful national snapshot. Before turning to some of the particular questions that members of the committee raised, over the last hour or so. To start first with Representative Sampson's question about what are the other collection tools that I think she posed to Senator Vitelli. Some of the other collection tools have already been sort of mentioned, other communication styles using registration holds, which this bill does not affect, to make sure folks aren't re-enrolling and carrying large balances over and over and over, term to term to term, using existing collection practices, including charging off and sending debts to collection. What I'd really like to add to that answer is just a contextualization of what transcript withholding is in terms of outstanding balances. So if an account has a balance, there will be a whole variety of holds put on it: registration holds, transcript holds, facilities holds, any of these things that basically say you owe us, funds, and we're going to restrict your access during that time. Now, schools that I've spoken with in Maine and across the country don't really have a way of disaggregating from their data which of those multiple holds on an account was responsible for the account ultimately being settled or not settled, right? All they know is we're owed this much. As a result of being owed funds, these accounts all had a whole slew of holds put on them. And at some point, some were paid off, and at some point others, weren't paid off. And we either have the balance or we charged it off, wrote it down, et cetera. So in terms of looking to the data, it's actually very difficult to understand the effect of this particular practice in terms of recouping funds, because it's not so granular. And again, that's just a reflection of how schools have operated. If schools can parse that out, that'd be really fascinating for the conversation, but in none of the schools I've worked with across the country on this issue has that been something they can easily do to really drill down on when this particular practice was the result of an account getting paid off. And if you sort of take a step away from the data and think through it, when are these transcript holds actually going into play? They're going into play when someone needs to transfer and document the credits that they had at their old school, at their new school, which we've heard about. They need to show their employer that they've accomplished a certain academic achievement, right? And maybe going on to advanced education in their field or in a different field. Those are people who are not returning to their initial school, right? Those are people who are going elsewhere for some reason. And so in terms of thinking about schools having to re-enroll someone who has an account balance with them, that's not really a transcript withholding issue. Similarly, in terms of thinking about transcript withholding as being an effective collection tool, it's not really the workhorse collection tool because it only applies to people who are affirmatively coming to the school and asking for something. It's the passive collection tactic, right? This is not, the data, if we could see data on the number of accounts that are outstanding and then a subset of those for which there were active transcript withholding requests made, I think that would help us get a better understanding of what percentage of the outstanding accounts are even affected by this policy. Although that doesn't show us who goes to the website, sees that there's a policy of withholding transcripts that they know they can't afford, and then they don't even do the affirmative phone call to the school, right? But I just want to make the point that it's a minority tactic that's used in the plethora of other tools that schools have at their disposal, because it's only for the folks who are taking it upon themselves to contact the school. And even there, that brings us back to that double bind, right? If someone can't pay to release their transcript, they're not going to be able to pay when they get sent to collection anyway, right? Like if you can't pay, you can't pay. And so it would really, if we want people to succeed, we have to let them succeed, right? So if someone can't pay, the best thing we can do for them and for the person who owns the debt, the school, is give them those documents so they can put themselves in a better financially secure position to then get the money and then turn around and pay the school, turn around and pay the collector when it ultimately gets there. If someone can pay, if they're self-interested, they're going to pay when being threatened to go to collection, right? So the transcript, that moment of seeking a transcript isn't really critical in the life cycle of a debt that's owed to a school, especially for low income folks. So I think, excuse me for being a little unpolished maybe, since it's a bit more off the cuff than my initial remarks were, but again, those are filed with you. But I hope that helps shed some light on some of the questions about, how do we even use transcript withholding policies in schools and who is it affecting and what is this going to mean for schools? It doesn't have to mean a negative impact on their bottom line because of when it is very specifically used. If a school says they have this much outstanding, that's very true. That's not really going to change based on a transcript withholding policy, or I haven't seen data that would suggest that it's a transcript withholding policy specifically that is the backbone of their current collection practices. So I'll leave it there. Would welcome any, happy to answer any questions from the committee today. Would be happy to circle back with staff or any of you all during a work session. But thank you again for the opportunity to testify today in support of this bill and for the opportunity to go a little bit off script to sort of engage with some of the topics that came up today.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, folks, of Mr. Berkman Breach at this time? Green. Yes, Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Berkman Breen, for being with us. We've done a lot of work as a committee, and I've been right on board with examining the costs of higher education in general and the barriers that are out in front before a person voluntarily signs on to buy a product, if you will, and invest in themselves to do that. Do you think that a bill of this nature might be counterproductive? First of all, let's assume that the cost that the university or the community college charges is accurate. In other words, they've parceled out what everything costs, and that's where their tuition, that's where their bill is set. Do you think that by ignoring these debts or letting them ride, that might be counterintuitive in raising the costs of tuition and other costs so that other students are paying those that do pay their bills are going to have to cover those that don't, or perhaps collective bargaining agreements with faculty have to come back and programs are lost, those type of things. I guess it's a long-winded way of saying, might the unintended consequences outweigh the benefits?
Certainly, and it's a great question. As with any policy, right, we should be thinking through the unintended consequences. I would return to just a few of the points already made and then expound upon those. One, that again, this is not a debt erasure bill, right? The debt is still there. So I think you're absolutely right. People are signing on for something, and the bill doesn't change their responsibility to pay that off. We've heard some anecdotes today where they were actually signing on for financial aid, and that got changed, and so they actually weren't expecting to have this balance. We heard examples about federal loans. The same is true for federal Pell Grants, which are specifically for low-income students. So there are some scenarios where someone is signing on under the expectation that a certain financial aid package is in place and then it doesn't. But let's put that to the side for a second, because I think, you know, your point is not really, your question is not really about those instances. So as I have, through various conversations with different stakeholders in Maine and elsewhere, it has not truly been made clear to me that costs would need to increase elsewhere because this will negatively affect schools' ability to recoup funds. And it sort of goes back to the point I was mentioning earlier of for which population is transcript withholding actually an effective collection tool, right? Where can we parse out the outstanding balance, the collection tactics, and those accounts on which payments are made, and point to the transcript as being the reason it happened? And if we can't, I don't necessarily see a reason why we, on a balance in the books front, should expect a different outcome going forward, especially if schools are using other tactics like registration holds, like payment plans, to really prevent people from even being in the situation, except for emergency car failure and medical emergencies that we've heard about. That there are foreseeable ways to keep balances covered and cost stable. And there's also a bit of a fairness element, I think I heard in your question, sir, if that's okay for me to frame it that way, in terms of, does this mean people are just not going to pay their debts? I used to be a legal aid attorney. I did debt defense. I am not a fan of the debt collection industry, but I think the reality is people owe money, and sometimes they have to be compelled to repay those debts. We sign up for things, right? For students who can pay and who won't pay, they're going to wind up in collections. That's just what's going to happen, right? That's the current. This bill doesn't change that infrastructure, and that's a separate conversation about whether we should. But today, if someone is just choosing not to pay, they're going to find themselves there. If someone can't pay, the best thing we can do for everyone is help them improve their situation so that they can pay as soon as they can. So I hope that sort of answers some of your questions. But to summarize, I guess haven't seen a compelling reason why schools would have to offset costs, because I don't know what the offset is coming from. And for some people, there's always going to be people who just want to, not pay their bills, and there are already systems in place that this doesn't change for those circumstances.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, folks? Seeing none, excuse me. Want to thank you for being here, Mr. Berkman-Breen. It's kind of you to spend some time with us, and we appreciate your knowledge and testimony here today. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you for your time.
Folks, we have some additional testimony, and that is coming from a point of neither for nor against. And the first person up this afternoon will be Mr. Degler of the Maine Community College System. Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Commissioner Brennan, or Representative Brennan, and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I'm Dave Degler, and I'm president of the Maine Community College System, and it's good to be back with you. And I look forward to when we get to work together in person. I'm here today to offer testimony neither for nor against on LD 1838, an act to improve student access to post-secondary transcripts and diplomas. We support the sponsor's efforts to reduce barriers for Maine college and university students to either find meaningful employment or continue their studies. That's what we're all about. However, we do caution, notwithstanding your prior testimony, we do caution that this bill may lead to a fiscal impact at our colleges and universities, and that it does usurp the pecuniary responsibilities of our Board of Trustees. As you've heard me recount numerous times, Maine's community colleges have the lowest tuition and fees in all of New England. We work every day to assure that our students have the resources they need to complete their coursework, graduate, and move either to a career of their choice or to transfer to a four-year college. Our average annual tuition and fees is $3,700. Books and supplies add about $1,400 more. For nearly half of all degree-seeking students, grant aid covers the full cost of tuition and fees. In fact, 74% of first-time full-time students receive grant aid, and it's also true that 67% of all undergraduate students receive some form of grant aid. We also have emergency funds to help students meet emergency financial needs. And that fund also helps support access to technology. We have food pantries on all of our campuses to make sure to try and help our students get a good, nourishing meal. We have student navigators that help work through the many complications that a student encounters when they're on their educational journey. Our work every day is focused on helping students succeed. We, however, understand that even with all of this support, there are still students who have unmet financial need or who have to step away from their studies for a time because of a personal or academic situation. To this end, we've recently created a program to allow former students, these are students who have been away from the college for more than 2 years and who have debt with the college, to come back and complete their degree. As they successfully work towards completing their degree, their debt to the college is forgiven. The particulars are still being worked out between the colleges so that we can pair up programs, because this is actually the formalization of an informal practice that's taken place at all of our colleges for years. We're simply formalizing and then publicizing that which we've always done. The program I just mentioned is an example of how the trustees are responsive to the needs of our students and identify innovative and financially responsible ways to meet those needs on an ongoing basis. Now, the pandemic has been especially harsh on families of community college students, and the colleges, working through the Board of Trustees, have been innovative and responsive and financially prudent. As you've heard, data on this subject is very hard to collect, but we have done a recent review and that's demonstrated that less than 1% of the transcript requests that were rejected due to a hold, and after reviewing a subset of those rejections, we determined that 64% were fulfilled after the students worked with the college. So we have less than 1% that have transcript holds. And then we have 64% of those holds actually being where students are actually getting their transcripts as they need them. It's also important to understand that non-payment is not an insignificant issue. Analysis at 3 of our smallest colleges indicates that those colleges collectively have $4.2 million in outstanding debt from students who are no longer enrolled. And we estimate that the legislation could threaten the collection of about $15 million system-wide. Now, this committee confirms members of our Board of Trustees and gives them the fiduciary oversight for our colleges. This bill would take that authority from the board and place it into statute. At this point, the bill does not add any funds to our general operating budget. So the lost resources would either have to come out of existing financial aid resources for our current students or from the general operating expenses, which is largely made up of salaries and benefits for our hardworking staff and faculty. It's for those reasons, as stewards of student tuition and taxpayer dollars, we cannot support the measure as drafted. However, with sufficient resources and some modest changes that we'd work through with the committee, we're happy to work with the sponsors to find solutions that meet the needs of students wanting to continue their education while providing the colleges with vehicles to collect their outstanding balances. Thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to working with you through the rest of this session.
Thank you, President Degler. Folks, we have any questions for the president at this time? Seeing none, sir, thank you very much for being with us this afternoon, and as well as your service to the community colleges. Have a good day.
You too. Take care.
Next up is Ryan Lowe. Good afternoon, Ryan.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Ryan Lowe. I'm the Treasurer and I'm the Vice Chancellor of Administration and Finance for the University of Maine System. Here today to testify and share some concerns about the potential fiscal impact to our public institutions and the ability to maintain affordability for Maine families and fulfill contractual commitments to our employees if LD 1838 passes as written. A bachelor's degree is the surest path to social mobility and economic security. For example, as the committee has heard from UMS before, working age alumni of the University of Maine earn more than double the state's average median income, and post-pandemic employment growth is greatest for jobs requiring a 4-year or advanced degree. For these reasons, and consistent with our public mission, UMS promotes programs, policies, and practices that foster access, retention, completion, and career attainment. In part possible because of the modestly increasing state investment that you've supported, UMS has become a national leader in college affordability, holding tuition flat for 7 of the last 12 years, doubling over the last decade the amount of financial aid we make available to our neediest students, and reducing the debt load of our graduates to 15% lower than the average among New England public 4-year institutions. We've also implemented innovative initiatives that allow Maine adults with stranded credit to come back to our universities to earn door-opening degrees, including an adult degree completion scholarship that provides up to $4,000 annually, and a small $2,500 or less institutional debt forgiveness program that gets at just about everything that you've heard over the course of the last couple of hours. Finally, with thanks to your counterparts in Congress, since the start of the pandemic, we've passed nearly $50 million in relief aid to UMS students that they had the choice to apply to their accounts. Our system recognizes that there are increasing calls nationally for reforms to the process by which colleges and universities ensure students pay their bills. We also acknowledge that an individual is more likely to be able to pay their outstanding balance if they have a transcript and a degree that enable them to secure a stable, good-paying job. For this reason, UMS universities not only seek to limit account balances by being affordable, but also only place holds on the release of student records if repeated attempts to resolve their outstanding balances have gone ignored. For current or former students who are in communication with our institutions and working towards addressing at least a portion of the debt, our common practice is to release their records upon request, often directly to the employer or the academic institution requiring it. As a public institution, our primary revenue source is student tuition and state appropriation. All UMS students are required to review and agree to financial terms and conditions before enrolling. This binding legal agreement between students and UMS makes clear their financial obligations to the system and the progressive consequences of not fulfilling them, up to and including state income tax refund withholding. A hold on a student's account allows us to help them get back on track, whether or not that means completing their degree with us, and hopefully resolve the balance or establish a reasonable payment plan before it impacts their credit and future opportunities. If the legislature removes entirely this essential tool for getting individuals to make contact with us so we can work together to develop a path forward, it also threatens to make our ability as a system of public universities to maintain, threatens our ability as a system of public universities to maintain affordability for all of our students and to honor the collectively bargained compensation of our employees that is dependent upon that revenue. This is not hyperbole. Currently, there are 38.25 million in past due accounts from 10,500 accounts for which there are transcript holds. The average current balance is $3,260. With a quarter of the counts having an account balance of 1,000 or less, nearly 1/10 have a current balance of more than $10,000. So again, we're not talking about library books and copying fees. Some of these are substantial. Like the sponsors and supporters of the bill, we recognize that a college credential has never been more important, and we want nothing more than for Mainers to fully realize the proven power of post-secondary education. UMS looks forward to working with them and this committee to develop this proposal in a way that best positions our institutions and all the students they serve for success. At a minimum, individuals should be required to enter into an agreement with the university to discharge their debt before records are released. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today, for your ongoing support of our public universities. I welcome any questions. And as mentioned a couple of folks ago, we did provide some background information, number of accounts, the size of those accounts, and certainly willing to go into more detail at work session if the committee desires.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lowe, for your testimony as well as that offer. I would guess that we will try to recruit you for that work session to help us out a little bit. We do have some questions. Representative Crockett?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lowe. Just that, yeah, I would love to, and maybe just to simplify it a little bit, if you could break out, those numbers are shocking, frankly, the size of those numbers. If we could break that down as how much is actual, tuition dollars that are due versus other categories, that would be very, very helpful.
Yep, I think we can do that.
Thank you. Any other questions? I do see a hand up. Yes, Representative Brennan, followed by Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you for being here, Mr. Lowe. And I know you and President Degler both testified neither for nor against. And President Degler indicated that as it's currently drafted, it would be very problematic for him to support the bill, but indicated also if there were some changes that they may be in a position to support the bill. And I was wondering if that was a similar situation with the university system, and would you be willing to work with a sponsor to attempt to address those issues?
Absolutely, completely agree with President Degler. I'll just note a couple of things right off the top. I mean, there are things in this space we can absolutely be doing better. I think we handle this better, for instance, than testimony that we heard. I can't testify to what's going on in California and Washington and Ohio and Florida and students who graduated 20 years ago. But what I can say is that in my conversations with our registrars, with our registrars, our folks that work with people on a regular basis, they are incredibly flexible. If students are willing to enter a payment plan of any kind, we will temporarily release the hold. We'll release the transcripts. We'll work with on that. But one of the things that we've had conversations about was, let's make sure that's consistent across all of our campuses. And so I think we're willing to entertain a system-wide policy. We're comfortable, if students, the biggest incentive for us in this case is to open up conversations with students. Quite frankly, a lot of them will not reach out to us. You can send bill after bill. This is an effective tool. Now, whether everyone is able to say, this is exactly what we collected from using this tool, I don't know that's the case, but I know anecdotally in just talking with folks, it's the incentive. It's they call in and then they get on a payment plan and then we start resolving this debt. I think the other thing that we can do as a system and with this group is look at, what's the appropriate threshold for this? Is the threshold, we used to put registration holds on when students had a $100 bill. We recognize that didn't make a lot of sense and it was counterintuitive to getting students to re-enroll. So we moved that number to $1,000. So does it make sense that we put registration hold because somebody has a parking ticket that was $25 15 years ago? Maybe we should be looking at what the threshold is before we apply this. So I think there are some ways that we can get at what we've heard as some of the concerns without necessarily throwing the whole tool out. So again, a long way of saying we're absolutely willing to work with the sponsor in the committee.
Great, thank you.
Thank you both. Representative Dodge has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lowe, for being here. My question is similar to that of Representative Brennan, not only about thresholds, but about where you are in the process of some of those outstanding debts. For example, do you have some students who owed $10,000, have paid back $2,000, and are in process? I'm not sure if that information in a general sense might help inform our discussion at the work session. Further, the language that you think should be included with that threshold discussion about tax refund garnishment, please. Thank you.
Yeah, we can, as I said before, we'll dig down into this data a little bit more. We do this on 7 different campuses. We do it on the law school, and so it's really hard to pull it all together. But we'll work with folks and see what kind of information we can pull out, and we'll be prepared to go into detail at the work session.
Any other questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, Mr. Lowe, I want to thank you for being with us today and your offer as well to be with us for the work session. That would be very helpful to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good day. Eli, I think we're going to catch up. We have 2 more. Okay, am I right with the names? Adam Zuckerman and Joby Toilil, is that right?
That is correct.
All right, I don't know how I missed them, but my apologies to both, and we'll get them on and give them an opportunity to speak. Thank you. We'll start with Adam, if that's possible.
Fantastic. Great to be with you all. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Adam Zuckerman, and I'm the lobbyist for the Maine People's Alliance. Our 32,000 members stretch from Kittery to Fort Kent. We are committed to creating a state of Maine where everyone has what they need, everyone contributes what they can, and no one is left behind. That's why I'm pleased to testify in favor of Senator Vitelli's LD 1838, an act to improve student access to post-secondary school transcripts and diplomas. Public education, at least in theory, is supposed to help level the playing field between the haves and the have-nots. The University of Maine's mission statement reads, "Opportunity for all members of the University of Maine community is a cornerstone of our mission. However, that opportunity is often out of reach for low-income students across our state. Today, you've heard from students who have worked tirelessly to get an education and get ahead, only to be held back by the very same institutions that were designed to help level the playing field. Instead of compelling students to pay, it creates a barrier to the kind of gainful employment that would allow them to do so. Ending the practice of transcript withholding would not prevent schools from collecting on debt. Rather, it would encourage schools to seek workable solutions that enable students to pay off debts while continuing their studies. That's why I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1838 and end the cruel and ineffective practice of transcript withholding. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Folks, do we have any questions of Mr. Zuckerman at this time? Seeing none, again, thank you for being here and your testimony. Sorry for the confusion I may have caused. You have a good afternoon.
No worries, good to be with you.
And I believe next up, and sorry if I'm mispronouncing this, is it Joby Toilil?
That's it. It's TH, so it's Joby Thoilo.
Toilil. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Joby Thoilo. I'm a senior policy advocate with Maine Equal Justice, a nonprofit legal aid and economic justice organization working to increase economic security, opportunity, and equity for people in Maine. I am testifying in support of LD 1838. And instead of reading my my written testimony, which I've submitted, I want to avoid repeating some of what was said. I mainly just want to add that given that we do provide legal services to some of the most low-income families in Maine, our office has over 25 years experience working with low-income parents who come to our office when they're in crisis. And they come to us when they're in crisis, and a huge motivator for why they come to us is their children. And after working with them for some time, after resolving their crisis, it became clear early on in the history of the organization that one of the most effective ways to move beyond the crisis and to financial stability is to earn a post-secondary degree or certificate, is to get the education and training they would need to earn higher wages going forward. And so for that reason, we've been really involved as an organization over the years to increase access to post-secondary education and to help break down the many barriers that low-income adults face when trying to get a degree. You can imagine what a lot of those barriers are. The most common ones we see are related to having to juggle their roles as both parents, students, breadwinners, affording all the costs related to school, tuition, books, affording childcare, transportation. But we also see this as an issue. We have had clients who, they don't come to us saying that my transcript is withheld. They usually come to us for a completely different reason. But we have had clients where we realize that this issue, this very issue, is a barrier to them finishing their education. And one thing I really want to stress, because our legal services staff really stressed this for me when I was talking to them about this, is that there's a lot of shame related to this issue. They've seen that when this issue comes up, people are embarrassed. They feel like it's their fault. And worst of all, they feel like higher education just is no longer an option for them. And I know Mr. Lowe was just talking about how this is an effective tool for getting students to reach out to the school. But I got a strong impression from our legal services staff that there's just too much shame involved, and that probably hasn't happened with our clients. And so I just wanted to really stress that. And then the only other point I wanted to make is that the state Department of Health and Human Services has actually acknowledged the importance of this issue. And they did that through its rules for the Higher Opportunity for Pathways to Employment program, or HOPE for short. The purpose of the HOPE program is to ensure that parents with low income are able to successfully complete their higher education programs and to earn diplomas and certificates. Through its rules, DHHS provides funding for, quote, outstanding tuition and fees when it is required to access previously earned credits, close quote. While we have always supported the department's decision to eliminate this barrier by providing funding for students who participate in HOPE, but we don't see why this should be a barrier for any student. To be honest, the HOPE program only has space for 500 students, and there are far more adult students with very low income who, you heard the numbers from Mr. Lowe. This is affecting tens of thousands of people. So that's why we strongly support this bill. And this bill is part of the larger problem that we've been working on for years, which is low income parents not being able to finish their schooling because of all of the barriers they face. And so while this won't solve that problem alone, we do feel like this is part of the larger solution. And so we encourage you to vote ought to pass. So thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Folks, do we have any additional questions at this time? Seeing none, sir, just want to thank you for your patience today. I'm sorry for my oversight and apparently getting you in at an earlier time frame.
No problem at all.
You have a good day, and thank you very much for your help today.
Thank you.
So I believe, and I'll have Eli confirm, Eli, we have any other testimony? I'm not seeing any.
That is all the testimony that I have today.
Okay. Are there any other questions before I close this hearing relative to it? All right, so I am going to close the hearing on LD 1830. Representative Dodge.
I apologize. I am so fighting technology, and I will try not to use any bad words. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is around a person with similar knowledge to that of Mr. Lowe in the university system. Have we requested that equal person in the community college system? President Dagler was here today, but who is the person in the community college system who would also be sort of on the same plane as Mr. Lowe? can we make that request to our analyst, Ms. Risler, please? Thank you.
Yep, I'll reach out to Becky Smith and see who the right person is.
Thank you both for that. Any other questions relative to 1838? So that said, I will officially close the public hearing on LD 1838. And in doing so, I know it's been a long day, and of course, we're jumping right back into this Zoom, and it's not as easy as we think, I guess. It's a long day. I appreciate you folks, your attentiveness and hanging in there all day and your continued work and efforts. So thank you. I just real quickly, I think I might have sent it out. I don't know. I'd like to just have a brief caucus for following this meeting, and you folks have a link for that. Anything else? Okay, that said, then thank you all, and you have a great afternoon. We'll see you